Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It is 9:30, so this place is for everyone. Joint Development Plan Document Examination Hearing Session is open. I'm William Fieldhouse, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and Stephen Lee. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm looking at Gillian Boyle. She's the furthest away. You can hear me down there? Yeah, thank you. Just a few quick housekeeping points and reminders. Please switch your laptops and phones, etc., onto silent. You've got water. That will be replenished during the day. Please don't bring any food or hot drinks into the room. And there are various areas where you can go in adjournments and get refreshments and things. Toilets are located out at the reception area. I don't think any fire alarm tests are planned for today, so if the alarm does go off, we will need to vacate the building in an orderly fashion, following the green emergency exit signs. The most direct one, I think, is that one there. But we'll follow the quick-running GMCA officers if we do have to vacate. Yeah. Helen, the programme officer, or one of our two programme officers, is around today, so if you've got any queries about the way things are running, please have a word with her in the first instance. A reminder to those that haven't yet participated that the purpose of the examination is to help us to decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is sound and legally compliant, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. So this session, like all of the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week. So that will entail today, or this morning, we'll deal with the question 1.12 about the plan period, which follows on from some of the things we talked about yesterday. Question 2.1 is about the plan's housing requirement, and question 2.2 and 2.3 about the quantified need for industrial and warehouse floor space and office floor space. What we've said is that for those participants that were only interested in those latter two issues, we won't be starting those before 2 o'clock this afternoon. It could well be later than that, depending on how long it takes to discuss the first two matters, but there may be a couple of people I don't know that aren't here this morning that will be coming for those latter two issues. For those that weren't here yesterday or haven't seen how it was operated, just to let you know how we'll run this session and probably most of the others, we'll generally start each agenda item with some questions to the GMCA team, go through the responses to those, and then open up contributions from others when they've heard those responses on that particular issue. Take all the contributions that need to be made on that issue before moving on to the next. Before we move on, we will give the GMCA a chance just to sum up any final points they wish to make. So I hope that's clear. When you do wish to contribute, if you could put your nameplate on end, upright, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. In terms of nameplates, obviously it's quite a big room. The writing's quite big on them. My eyesight isn't brilliant. Some of them are a bit hidden by jugs of water or laptops. But if you could try and angle them so that they're pointing kind of towards me, and obviously if you put them upright, try and make sure they're kind of in my line of sight. If I can't read it, I'll probably just sort of point at you or say the next one along or something to that nature. So don't be offended. It's just my inadequate eyes. Right. A couple of procedural things. First of all, we've got two MPs attending today, and in fact, I think Mr. James Daly has appeared online. Good morning, Mr. Daly. As if perfect timing, as if by magic there. Anyway, what we're going to do, and we've got another MP who's going to be making a statement about 11:30 this morning. So in terms of Mr. Daly, if you could bear with us for a few minutes, because I've got a few procedural and introductory points that I need to go through, and I'll ask people in the room to introduce themselves, and then I'll invite you to make a statement. You can hear me okay, can you?
I can, yes, thank you.
And I can hear you, so that's good. Okay, so just bear with us while I go through some of this introductory things, some of which may well be of interest to you. Yesterday we talked about action points. What we've said is that when we identify further work that needs to be done during a session, we'll generally try and make that clear at the time, but we will also provide clarification, if not later that day, the following morning. So I've got a couple of things I just want to say about that. But we will also publish a note early on, and hopefully in the week following each week of sessions, to clarify in writing what we were asking for and a deadline by which they should be responded to. So firstly, just on 2 action points from yesterday, just to clarify, and just in case there are any more that you might wish to remind us of. First of all, there was one around Appendix A and a policy in the Wigan core strategy, whether that needed to be added. You may have thought about that and got an answer. It doesn't matter if you haven't.
Don't worry, we haven't yet, sir, but it was Wigan's core strategy policy,
Sorry.
SP1.
Yeah, okay. So I think you'd ask a question, how do you wish us to respond? The
Yes.
answer to that question is wait until we've published our note, and then that will be a series of action points, and we would like one response to that note, unless there was a different sort of deadline for any of them because of the nature of the work. But generally, just rather than feeding things in as and when,
Absolutely
just
fine.
have it done in that sort of process, if that's okay.
We're very happy to wait, sir.
Okay, so the second action point from yesterday, which I think we did begin to touch on, was the proposed modification to paragraph 11.2, which is about the role of the plan and its relationship with local plans. The first thing that was identified was that there seemed to be some duplication between the end of paragraph 11.2 and the beginning of the proposed new paragraph that followed it. So there's that. But when we looked at it again, there was also an issue that Mr. Stevens raised, which was the new paragraph 11. Well, I suppose it'd be 11.3 it would become, includes reference to meeting objectively assessed needs for development. What we want clarification is how that relates to the requirement figures for housing and industrial warehouse and offices in the plan. So there's no ambiguity about that.
No, understood. And the reference to the tables was meant to, in the extra paragraph, was meant to make it clear that it's the tables in the plan which are being referred to. But
So I'll leave
we
that
take
with
the
you.
point. We
Yeah.
take the point.
So when you look at that again,
yeah,
if you could just clarify those two things.
indeed, sir.
Right. However, there is another issue that we will deal with in our action point note, which is an elephant that has appeared in the room. The proposed modification schedule number 2, published on Monday, obviously includes all of the proposed modifications in response to our questions. It also includes another modification, which is the proposed removal of an allocation in the plan in Bury, which wasn't, I don't think, really prompted by anything we asked.
No, it's a very good point. Sir. It shouldn't
What
be.
we will do in our action point note
Yeah.
is clarify how we wish to handle that.
Yes.
But to say now, it isn't something that obviously we formed a view about. In fact, most of the modifications aren't things that we've already formed views about. This is an issue that particularly needs to await consideration of our load of issues as we go through this examination.
Indeed.
Whether the allocations in the plan are justified. It depends on all sorts of considerations that we're going to cover, to do with what the housing requirement for each district should be, what the housing supply, existing housing supply data is, what that evidence tells us about the need for exceptional circumstances, whether each of the allocations are suitable and justified in sort of site-specific terms, all those sort of things. When we've been through all that process, we would then come to an interim decision about whether the allocations in the plan are justified, whether more needed to be added in any particular area, whether any needed to be removed. We're miles from that.
No, I agree.
So-
You're pushing an open door, so that it shouldn't have been in the list. It's something which, when we come to the relevant session, then we have a position on that, which we will be explaining to the examination. But no, I entirely, completely take your point. So we need to reissue the schedule.
We're not necessarily saying it. I think just
No?
sit on it
Okay.
for today.
Fine.
We'll do our action point note that we'll publish next week. We'll set out how we
Yes.
wish to handle that, because I know, understandably, there's people who have got an interest in that site
Absolutely, yeah.
and haven't had a chance to comment. But I suppose what we're sort of saying initially is, well, we haven't got anything to comment on, but the plan includes the allocation. We assume the
does.
plan is sound unless we tell you that it needs to be modified.
No, exactly so. And so when we come to the relevant session, I'm not quite sure what that would be next year, is it? Anyway, whenever it is, we would thrash out the position then of the various parties. But no, I entirely take your point, sir. So presumably in your note you'll indicate to us what you would like us to do, because the schedule of modification, main mod, should be read without that particular
Well, we'll clarify
Entry,
that.
okay.
I mean, we may decide there is a supplementary question we wish to publish and have a response to before it, but we may decide there isn't and set out the process. Because even when even on the site-specific sessions, if you look at our questions, they're about, in specific site terms, whether the site is suitable and justified in terms of harm to Greenbelt, etc. They aren't then about, at that time, on that day, necessarily about whether it's needed, because whether each individual allocation is needed is an issue that can only be understood in the broader context of all the other things we're considering. So I know that there will be people here that have got a strong interest in that. And I know they may also say, well, when we're considering the existing housing supply tomorrow or other things, Greenbelt in a couple of weeks' time, it's kind of, they may want to discuss it then. But as I said, we want to kind of rein back from it at this stage, I think is what we're basically saying.
No, that's right. So now I entirely understand. And the process obviously is a process where the main mods are seeking to capture modifications which we would suggest in due course you should recommend to us in order to tackle points that you've raised in your various questions and papers, whereas the allocation that you're referring to is in a different stream.
Well, it is, but I mean, it's legitimate for you to propose modifications, but it's also legitimate for others to question why they're needed.
Absolutely, no, quite right.
And to have a process to discuss that. But what I'm trying to outline is what that process will be.
No problem at all, sir. So, well, we'll leave it to you to guide us as to what you want to do about the schedule.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, just to remind people that we will have an adjournment this morning. We'll probably I will time that adjournment so that we resume at 11:30 when the second MP, apologies, I forgot his name, the second MP. Yeah, Mr. Grundy, sorry. Sorry, we'll time the adjournment this morning so that we can resume about 11:30 when he's due to attend. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is go round the room just to clarify who the participants are here this morning, and then I'll come on to Mr. Daly MP to make a statement. So could I start with the GMCA, please?
Thank you. Good morning. So my name is Chris Katkowski, King's Counsel. For those of you watching on live stream, I understand my surname is being translated as Mr. Cocoa Pops, which is...
And amongst other things.
Amongst other things. So now I've said Cocoa Pops, that would probably come up as Katkowski on now. But anyway, I'm one or other of those people, and perhaps even all of them, but that's me, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. Anne Morgan from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority.
Good morning, Claire Taylor-Russell from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. Jackie Copley. Sorry.
Philippa Brunsden from Bury Council for the PFE districts.
Philippa?
Brunsden.
Brunsden, okay, thank you.
Sorry for that. Jackie Copley from CPRE.
Marge Powner from Friends of Carrington Moss.
Matthew Broadbent, Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Anne Ripley from Bamford Greenbelt Action Group.
Stephen Cluer, Secretary, Friends of Bury Folk.
Councillor Jackie Harris, representing Bury West residents.
Councillor Robin Garrido, Salford City Council, representing the residents of Hazelhurst, Worsley and Boothstown.
Jill Boyle, local resident, Prestwich Bury.
Mary Walsh, councillor for Radcliffe East, which is in Bury, representing the residents.
Morning. And across the other side of the room, if we could.
Good morning, Kate McLean, Bloor Homes.
Morning, Justin Cove, Hive Land and Planning, representing Red Row Homes, Lancashire.
Good morning, Duncan Wenham from Savills, representing Harworth and Richborough Estates.
Giles Cannock, King's Counsel, acting for the Northern Gateway Development Vehicle.
I'm Rob Haslam from Harworth Group.
Philip Robson, representing Royal London Asset Management.
John Coxon from Emery Planning, representing Wayne Estates, Wayne Homes and Hollands Strategic Land.
Brian O'Connor from Litchfields, representing United Utilities Property Services and a house building consortium containing Barrett, Redrow, Bellway, Taylor Wimpey and Storey, and I'm assisted by my colleague Colin Robinson, who will be picking up employment matters for Russell.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Dave Trimmingham from Turley, representing Peel Land and Property.
James Stevens, Home Builders Federation.
Okay, thank you all. There's a couple of seats down the end which may get occupied during the day. I don't know. So I'll come on to Mr. Daly, MP, in just a moment. But are there any procedural questions, queries that anybody has before I do that, or anything GMCA want to say briefly before we start?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Right. Mr. Daly, would you like to make a short statement?
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Fieldhouse, and thank you very much, panel. And Mr. Fieldhouse, will you forgive me if I say things that are outside of the remit of this session? It is through naivety, but as somebody who has spent 6 years opposing the various connotations of the plan, there is a lot that I would like to say. So forgive me.
Well, just to be aware, we have obviously we've read your representation, your written thing. So that's all. We've got that. So you don't need to repeat that. So emphasise the key things the key points you wish to make.
Well, the first key point regarding the soundness of the plan is, I'm in the strange position of having for 6 years said that the Walshaw sect part of the Bury, the Walshaw site should not be part of the plan. And I've argued that on numbers and the other arguments that are contained within my submission to the panel.
Yeah.
So I do support the modification that is proposed by Bury Council and GMCA in respect to that. I find it absolutely bizarre that a plan that democratically went through a council, that was voted on by councillors, has been modified after it. And the reason for that modification is, or the argument that's put forward, is the sudden discovery of brownfield sites where further housing or further housing capacity is within my constituency. Now, there's been something that's been known to Bury Council for the whole of the period when this plan has been put into place. I think that the identification of 1,200 housing units, including at the Millgate Shop Centre in Bury Town Centre, is absolutely correct. But I think that is an underestimate. And I think further brownfield development is certainly within my constituency is quite obviously there. So I support the modification on which that when the panel are considering that the Walshaw site be removed as per the modification. It is also a site is landlocked. It is one of the very few open green spaces available to people in that particular area. The infrastructure is non-existent at this moment in time. And Mr. Field, I hope you don't mind me putting this point, and there are some eminent people in the room who will argue against this. I do ask the panel to take into consideration that, effectively, in my view, Bury Council's attitude to this plan being to subcontract literally green fields to developers without any reference to the nature of housing, the type of housing that's needed. Within my seat, young people are being priced out of housing. Older people are finding it difficult to have suitable housing for their needs. And the plan is to be sound, if it is to be robust. It's not simply to 4 and 5 bedroom houses on the green belt. That's not the point of numbers. Numbers mean nothing unless it is in need of the individuals within my constituency. And this plan does not. The site at Walshaw and the site at Elton Reservoir is essentially a carte blanche for 4 and 5 bedroom houses that very few people in my constituency will be able to afford. And therefore, the purpose, the robustness, the soundness plan is something that I would challenge. Now, the figures, when we talk about the legality and the figure on which the plan is based, I'm going to acknowledge to start off with that the guidance from government as we speak at this moment in time is, I would argue, is somewhat of a movable feast, but it does. And I ask you to take this into consideration. And I appreciate you are bound by what guidance comes down, but it seems rather bizarre to base housing figures on 2014 housing actions. I think as we've all seen, a lot of things have happened since then. And in the 2016, 2018, and 2020 figures, it clearly shows that there is insufficient, that there is the the housing requirement numbers, the population projection, are not such as that we would require the level of housing that is identified for Bury, and I expect for other parts of Manchester as well. So I ask that you look at the nature of the projections with I know you will this with a cautious eye, and ask whether they are realistic, because a plan, no matter what, to be sound, has to be realistic. It has to be based upon the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in, not a desire to simply inflate population projections for the sake of allowing mass housing across greenbelt sites. I don't think that would be appropriate, and I think that is the right step to take. I'd also like to make a presentation regarding my constituency. I can only speak on behalf of Bury North. And Mr. Field, that may not be the correct statement, has the highest workout rate of nearly any constituency in the country. So one of the things that is of interest to me within any plan is the economic opportunities that are there for Bury North residents at this moment in time. I have been in discussions with Manchester University and others regarding the Northern Gateway site. I think there's a site which is needed. I think that is a site which has economic opportunities. I think my constituents, it is, in terms of transport with motorway links, it is an appropriate site for Bury North residents to gain employment, have economic opportunities, which really are not contained within the plan as we speak. You know, that major development within the Bury area is certainly not within my constituency. And so I would ask you to consider that £30 million potential investment from Manchester University and others is a real opportunity, not only in terms of creation, but regeneration in its greatest sense for an area that needs that. And I also ask you to take into account that when you are looking at the Bury, the sites within my constituency, or the border of my constituency, which are very much landlocked sites, which struggle to collect infrastructure, the roads and other things at this time. There are high levels of pollution around those sites. That the Northern Gateway may well provide an opportunity for extra capacity for housing and industrial stroke economic development will benefit the wider area, and I very much think it will benefit my constituents. One of the great challenges, Mr. Fieldhouse, within the Bury North constituency is public transport. If you live at the north of my constituency in Ramsbottom, get to Bury Town Centre, it's a challenge on the bus and going in there. But there is motorway access, straight down the motorway, and the opportunities are there to do that. And so I very much ask you to consider that the sites in Bury North are not appropriate. They serve no need. The figures, the population projections do not support their inclusion. Their infrastructure that is there will not support such large numbers. There are further houses that can be built on brownfield sites which have not been identified in a sufficiently appropriate manner. And I think the modification, I'll finish as I start. I support the modification that Bury Council has put forward. I wish I had actually listened 6 years ago and done that, Mr. Fieldhouse, because you wouldn't have had to be considering this as an issue. This is something that has been raised. It is the correct decision, and it shows, I think, that at the core of this plan is a lack of sound, the one that has been submitted to you, a lack of robustness. And so in terms of that individual data, the population projection, the infrastructure, it does not support building all over the Greenbelt in my constituency. I would ask that you remove Shore and Elton Reservoir from the plan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Very clearly put, understood, got all those points. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome to stay. You may have important parliamentary business to attend to, so feel free to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Phillips, can you say one other thing? You have Stephen Clure in there and Councillor Jackie Harris. Can I say, whenever they make representations in front of you, I am fully supportive of the representations that they will make.
Okay, thank you. Right, unless there's anything that you want to say in response to that, obviously with some of those issues we're going to deal with today, some of them we'll come back to on other days.
Absolutely. We'll wait until the issue's reached.
Yeah, thanks. So what we'll do now then, if we could please, is move on to the question of the planned period. There were two questions actually, weren't there? Question 1.12 and then a supplementary question that we asked, which was a sort of a hypothetical that we hadn't come to a view about whether the planned period needed to be extended, but if it did, what would the what implications would it have for some of the key policies in the plan, and GMCA helpfully responded to that a short while ago. So I'm going to run through some questions, if I could, about this with the GMCA, and then obviously I'll open it up to others. So first of all, just to be clear, are you proposing that the plan be modified to extend to 2038?
Yes.
But that isn't included in PMM2 as far as...
No, that's because...
Is it because we asked some other hypotheticals and you wanted to wait?
And absolutely. I was just going to say, you'd made it clear in your notes to us that you haven't formed a view about this. And so we thought it would be presumptuous, if you like, for us to go for 2038. But in our paper M1.1, paragraph 1.98, 1.99 in particular, we do indicate that as far as we're concerned, you know, taking our best stab at it, it should be 2038. Okay. Doubtless there'll be follow-up questions which will
no, that's fine.
Get into the detail of that. But no, we thought it would be presumptuous of us to work on that basis.
Okay, no, that's fine. I thought that was the case, but just double check. And the reason that it's necessary for soundness is consistency with national policy, is it?
Is paragraph 22 of the framework, that's right. And we, just to, I don't know whether this will help, I hope it does, but we accept that the plan, whenever it is adopted, should look ahead over a minimum of 15 years, a 15-year period from adoption. So that's why I say, taking our best stab at it, we say 2038, but if 15 years is some other end date, then that's the end date, which would be the appropriate end date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay. That's helpful. I'll come back to that. Now, in terms of the response to the hypothetical questions about what the key policies would change and what the figures would become, we're not, well, some of the figures, the housing requirement figure we're going to discuss today.
Yes.
Some of the other figures we're going to discuss on different days. So I don't going to get into a debate about the figures, but what we wanted those figures for this purpose, was to help us to understand what the implications would be if we were to decide the plan should be extended to 38 or 40 or 42. So we had the context. So
or in a year in between.
Or whatever. Yes. But I think so I'm just going to check that we understand the maths really first.
Yes.
In terms of the requirement figures for housing, but also for the office floor space and industrial and warehouse floor space, that's a simple mathematical exercise of adding a year's average requirement on, is it, based on the figures that are already in the plan?
It is, yes. There's a bit of detail that underpins that, but the direct answer to your question is yes.
Okay. So the housing requirement figure goes up by the 10,000, whatever it is, per year,
exactly,
one. Yep. And the industrial and warehouse, if you divide whatever the figure is in the plan, 3.5 divided by 16 or 17, whatever it is, and that gives you a figure, and you just add that on.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Right, so those figures we're going to discuss later today, obviously the requirement figures and whether they're justified.
Exactly.
So
this is the principle which we're discussing now, not the details. So the details later, as I understand it.
Now, in terms of the housing and employment land supply figures that you included in the updated tables in response to our questions, they reflect the 2022 updates that had been already provided in response to SQ 4.1.
That's right, sir. So obviously it's a moving feast. The longer this process takes, the more information there will be. But yes, that's right, sir.
Now, as I said, those existing supply figures are things we're going to discuss tomorrow, I think. Yeah. No, not tomorrow. No, in a couple of weeks' time. Sorry, don't panic.
Oh, even better, even better. That's right. We've got the defibrillator ready for moments like that.
We're not going to discuss them today. Let's just keep it at that, shall we? So we're not going to discuss those figures today, but so I know, there are people who've got a strong interest in those figures and what they are and etc. But the fact that you've included them in those hypothetical answers to hypothetical questions, does that mean that you are proposing to modify the plan to include those 2022 updated figures or not?
In any event, do you mean, sir?
Well, you've proposed updating the plan period to 2038.
Yes. And so
if you were to do that and we were to say yes to that, would you also include the 2022 supply
it would
figures.
be, just bear with me for one moment, so could you just give me one tick? One moment. Well, yes, because that's what we've set out in our actual answer to your hypothetical question, so to speak. So,
Right.
so yes, so in our paper GMCA 9, if we take 2038 as an easy proxy for this discussion,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's the
yeah.
first set of figures,
Yeah, that's fine.
then the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah, okay. Right. So now if we did decide to modify the plan period and update the land supply data to 2022, as you
Yes,
suggest,
indeed.
would it not be more logical to move the start date of the plan period to 2022 and then simply take back off 1 year's requirement and take off the completions data for 2021 to 2022?
You could do it that way, yes. I don't know whether it would be more logical. It would have its own logic, certainly.
It would mean the start date would be more up to date when the plan's
Yes,
adopted.
which is, yeah.
It'd be 1 year
That's
less.
fine.
Yeah. So you wouldn't have any objection to that?
I wouldn't, no,
okay,
as
well,
a matter of principle.
yeah.
It's the 15 years and therefore the end year, which is
from adoption.
key.
From adoption, not from the start date.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right.
And so how one sets out the figures within various tables and the start year for your analysis, if you move it on a year because you've moved the plan period end date on a year, then, or because you've got up-to-date information for 2021, 2022, well, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
No, that's fine then. Having said we're not going to discuss the supply figures, updated supply figures today, just to get a bit of background, just which may help with the discussion when we do come back to it. They were based on the individual local authorities' updated SLAs. Is
I
that
understand,
correct?
but I'll turn to, yes, the three people to my left are nodding, so,
okay.
so it must be wrong.
Right.
But that's right, so yes, that's the position.
And those SLAs are produced by the individual authorities as a matter of course each year. It's published factual evidence that is there, and it would be there anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, put your microphone on if you wish. And when are they typically published by the individual authorities?
I may look to Philippa. Generally, they're published in November.
So around about now?
After we've submitted, yes, round about now. We expedited it slightly this year.
Okay.
I suppose it varies across the authorities.
Yeah.
Some of them get them done a bit quicker,
Yeah.
but as a collective piece
Yeah.
for the 9 authorities, they probably all be around about now.
So this is part of the annual monitoring exercise. You look at your figures, the completions figure and data up to the 1st of April each year, and you look at you update your SLA to look at the forward look, etc. And the fact that the figures have changed from the 2020 SLAs, which we're going to come on to in a couple of weeks' time, is that because they're looking further ahead? So you're rolling forward things like any windfall assumptions. I'm looking at you in Bury now, I don't know why, because you've done it presumably. And they also reflect latest information about the availability of sites and all those sort of things. So is that?
Yeah, that's correct. So there'll be, for 2038, there'll be a year of windfalls for that extra year. For the allocations, there'll be another year of delivery because some of the allocations currently go beyond the plan period.
Yeah.
New sites that have got permission, that sort of thing.
So a SLA has a start date of when you're doing it, does it? Yeah. And it looks forward to a particular year in the future, does it?
It identifies all the sort of suitable supply and sort of estimates when the authorities think that might be built and sort of works up a trajectory from that.
Yeah, okay. And do they all look forward, or the Bury one, does that look forward to 2038 now? Is that what this year's one does, or?
It looks forward to, I suppose, the end of the plan period, which at the time we were preparing it was 2037.
Right. Okay.
We've included everything that we have. There aren't any additional existing sites in the supply that we think would be added as a result of going to 37, 38.
Yeah. Okay.
There would be additional bits of allocations and
Yeah,
windfalls.
okay. All right. Okay, so I understood, and it may be slightly different in the different authorities, and you obviously can't comment on that, but that's fine. So we're just getting the... But any SLA is an annual exercise, and it's something that local authorities do, and they publish, and it's there as evidence. It's a given, it's a thing. It exists, and you can criticise it, you can pull it apart, and people do in different contexts, and that's the fact. Okay. Right. That's fine, I think. So we're not going to discuss the figures today, as I said. So what I'm going to move on now is, before I open it up to others, is just to think about what the whether 2037 isn't justified as an end date, and we've said there's apparent inconsistency with national policy, and therefore the response is 2038.
There wasn't at the time
No,
we put
when-
2037
yeah,
in,
it's-
but
yeah,
you know,
these things,
time evaporates, doesn't
So
it?
the question then is, well, would 2038 provide an effective framework for local plans, even if it did look ahead 15 years from adoption of this plan, which it may or may not do? There may be views about that. We heard yesterday the expectation is that individual local plans will themselves look forward 15 years from their adoption date, which, according to some, I think, may not be 2026 or even after. That may not be consistent with what's in the LDSs, I don't know. But so if this plan looked ahead to 2038, how would an authority that was plan that would need to look ahead to, say, 2042, what housing figure, for example, would it use?
Sure. Okay. No, I understand. So first of all, there's a matter of principle, which is to which plan does this minimum 15-year period from adoption apply? And it obviously applies to the plan that one's discussing now.
And it's a minimum, though.
And it's a minimum, that's right, yes. But it's difficult enough, isn't it, looking ahead 15 years? But anyway, so we've applied and we've accepted we haven't sought to argue, as we could if we wanted to, making an exception to the policy, because it is just a policy.
Yeah.
And we haven't sought to argue that an exception should be made to it. So we accept, as I've said already, it should be 15 years from whatever the date of adoption is. At the moment, we think 2038 is our best sort of stab at it. But as I've indicated, if in due course 2038, because of our acceptance of a minimum 15 years, becomes 2039 or whatever, then so be it. But it is 15 years in relation to places for everyone. It's the plan period for this plan. It is not a plan period which seeks to take into account whenever the 9 authorities will bring forward in due course their individual consequent or subsequent plans, which may very well have all sorts of different dates when they're being progressed, and we haven't sought to, nor should we seek to second guess what 15 years for the, if you like, the last of the 9 that comes forward would be, and then sought to backfill places for everyone and say, well, because the slowest of the 9 might be so-and-so, and they might not, you know, get their act together until such and such a date, and 15 years on from then would be whenever it would be, and so therefore let's all of a sudden have a 20 or a 25-year period or whatever it might be for places for everyone. That's not the right approach at all, and there's nothing in the framework which suggests that in deciding what your minimum period should be, you should take into account or try to second guess progress, expeditious or otherwise, on subsequent local plans when you're making a plan of this nature.
One of the purposes of the plan is to be an effective framework.
It is, that's right.
And so the question is, what housing figure would they use?
And I was coming to that because I was starting with the question of principle, because I'm here obviously taking on board many of the representations that have been made. So part of the argument that's made against 15 years for this plan is that it should try and second guess the subsequent local plan. So we need to think about that point of principle first. If one accepts if one accepts the principle, then query, what does that mean for the subsequent plans? Well, basically, the approach which we've adopted, which as far as we're concerned, we hope anyway is clear from GMC 9, is that the expectation would be that those authorities who are progressing plans and their 15 years would be beyond 2038 or whatever it might be, would simply roll forward the annual average figures for, if we're talking about housing, but obviously we mustn't forget offices, industrial development and warehousing. So that's the basic approach. That's what we envisage. Now, query, frankly, you'll tell us in due course, but, in this eventuality where we've moved the plan period on, if that's where we get to in all of this, query whether there is a clear enough passage in Places for Everyone to explain that that's what is anticipated. I would say that the plan, if we do move the plan period on to 2038, whatever it might be, and that passage which we discussed yesterday about what we expect subsequent local plans to do, I suspect it probably would be sensible for there to be some explanation of this idea that we expect local authorities to take the annual average and roll it on for how many years is necessary to fit their 15 years, if that makes sense. But that's what we envisage anyway. It's a long-winded answer to your question, but I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
You know, it's not an easy yes or no.
And in terms of how that relates to the standard method for putting forward housing requirement figures or minimum housing requirement figures, that just simply rolling forward the same figure is basically would be consistent with the standard method, would it not? Because the way the standard method works it out is to work it out over a certain period and then simply use that as an annual figure and apply it for as long as it needs to be applied.
We would say so, yes, so that's right.
Okay, thank you. Right.
But anyway, that's the intention. And as I say, if it may well be, you know, certainly you'll be pushing an open door if you in due course suggest there should be some additional explanation of that in Places for Everyone to make that point crystal clear.
Yeah, okay. I'll just check I've got any more questions for you, but before I do, and on that very point, I'm going to go to Mr. Stevens, because I know you were involved in the London Plan examination, and I seem to recall, I can't remember, so you may remember, the London Plan deals with this issue, I think, does it not, in terms of how it sets out what local plans should do, because the London Plan requirement figures only related to a shorter period than the local plans would look ahead to.
10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, please, yeah, if you could.
Yes, I'll try and be brief. Previous iterations of the London Plan always rolled forward whatever the apportioned requirement was. The new London Plan, as you know, only sets a requirement for the next 10 years. And it says for local plans that extend beyond that 10-year requirement, local authorities should look at identified capacity and also roll forward the small sites target. However, the process in London is that whenever the supporting local plan is adopted, it assumes that it will deliver that full London Plan 10-year requirement in the next 10 years. Is that clear?
Without worrying about the detail of it, I suppose, but the principle is the London Plan is explicit about what should be done.
It is, yeah.
Okay,
and
I think that'll do.
I support the approach that you've just discussed with the council, that the figures, the apportioned requirements in the Places for Everyone plan should be rolled forward.
By the individual authority when it's doing its local plan?
Yeah.
Until this plan is modified and, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, I don't think I've got any more questions on the plan period, unless there's anything else.
No, that's a great relief to us, sir. Thank you.
Well, have I missed something?
Yes, you have. No.
Right, I'll think about that. Any comments from others about the plan period? I know there is on this side. I'm looking. Is there anyone on this side that wishes to start, or shall I start over? I'll start over here. I'll start at this end and work my way along. So, Turley, on behalf of Peel.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I found your questions and the clarifications that Mr. Katkowski offered in response very helpful, and I think agree with a lot of what was said. I think I guess we'll come to the discussion about the plan period, which around your questions, which focus on its end date. I think I'd like to pick up your point about a start date, whether it's 2021 or 2022 for the purposes of Places for Everyone. I think it's essential that local plans start with the same start date. I think they can have different end dates, but for the purpose of monitoring delivery, rolling forward requirement and so on, I think they need to start from a common start date for Places for Everyone.
While you're on, do you want to say anything about the end date?
I probably prefer to come back to that. I mean, I think we've made our case clear in our matter statements. We feel that the PFE requires modification to ensure the housing needs are met over a full 15-year period, which I think the modification the council has in mind would achieve, as would the hypothetical alternative dates that were the subject of your questions. We feel that the modification we proposed to deal with this issue was around local plans having a 15-year period from their point of adoption. Again, that without repeating what went on yesterday, I understood that that is a point of agreement and that the plan will be modified to address that. I think so. The other modification we put forward in our paper was around the monitoring, which goes back to my point about start date. It's essential we know exactly what's delivered and when and where, of what types of housing and so on, to make proper provision going forward in those local plans, whether that includes, you know, sites from existing supply and or sites from new sources, as we discussed yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
But that's really a matter 8 point. I think we'll return to that when we come to policy JH1.
I think, just going back to something you said there, I don't think there was a proposal from the GMCA to modify the plan to say anything about how far local plans should look ahead.
No, that's right. So I indicated yesterday that our position is that each subsequent local plan should follow the framework. We're expecting them to do so and have a minimum of 15 years. I myself, for what it's worth, don't think it's for places for everyone to spell that out in its text. But frankly, if you think otherwise, in due course, you'll tell us. And you know, it's not one of those die in the ditch points, is it? Frankly, so from our perspective, so we accept that that's how it should work, and that's certainly what we anticipate will be the way it should work. Whether that should be said in the plan or not is, well, we'll leave it to you. So we don't really mind either way, to be honest.
Okay. Sorry,
just to say on that, apologies if I misconstrued. I understood Mr. Katkowski yesterday to say he didn't mind either way.
Oh, maybe
therefore,
so.
If it was helpful, then it would be best in.
Okay.
I think it is helpful because it provides clarity.
Yeah, okay.
We heard quite a few discussions yesterday about how difficult it is to be clear on what a plan intends and means for communities and non-professionals. I think it would be important for that purpose.
Yeah. So if this plan said that about local plans looking at a minimum of 50 years from adoption, and it also be clear about, irrespective of what the end date of this plan is, that if a local plan looked further ahead than that, it would roll forward the requirement figures on a pro rata basis. You'd be content with that.
I think that's the right approach. It was one of the clarifications provided that I think is helpful and would support. Yes, sir.
Okay. With your other ones about monitoring and the start date.
Indeed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Litchfields.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, in our representations, we put forward the 2042 date as the end point of the plan period, albeit having heard what we heard this morning, I think a firm commitment in the PFE that each plan needs to look forward a minimum of 15 years, rolling forward a housing requirement would pick up that point as well. So I agree with that as a suggested way forward. I do have a query in relation to the tables that were produced.
Thought you might.
I won't go into. Obviously, I don't want to go into any detail because we'll pick up the supply in due course. It was just a question in relation to the accuracy of those tables. I'll just pick one example. So as set out in IN 14 M1 SQ, and it's table SQ 1.2C. which is the source of supply. I'm picking on Rochdale as an example from 2021 to 2038. It says that Rochdale supply is 12,146 units over that 18-year plan period. If you roll it forward to the 2021 to 2040 period, so 2 additional years, the supply for Rochdale actually reduces by 2 units. And a similar situation on table SQ 1.2M, which is the source of supply from 2021 to 2042, the supply for Rochdale reduces by 4 units. So that either means that there's issues with the evidence that's underpinning these tables, so it'd be useful to see all the figures to go behind these tables, or actually the supply runs out in Rochdale as of 2038. So it might be that the SLAs haven't been updated to actually provide the detail on this, but just when the figures don't tally up.
Right.
So we can give you give an answer to that, but before I invite the person who knows the answer to give the answer, can I just say one point of principle, which is that obviously we don't know yet what you're going to say in due course, and we don't know which year you might recommend in due course. Once we do know, and therefore there would be a set of main modifications, obviously those would go out to consultation, including all the figures in the tables, and frankly that would be the time for points to be raised about the accuracy of the figures. But we're very happy to give an explanation of the point. But, you know, we're not, are we? Or tell me if we are, but I don't think we're examining the detail of these tables now.
It's helpful to flag it up because we may want to come back to it tomorrow.
We're very happy to answer the
Well, I
question.
think, can you just make a note, and maybe we'll clarify it tomorrow rather than today? Or, well,
Fine.
Well, no, I'll go around and see if there's any more sort of
Would you mind,
queries.
shall we just crack it now?
Okay,
if
crack
you
it
don't
now
mind
if it's
it,
easy to
because
crack,
it's, you know, otherwise we'll lose track.
Barry's got the answer for Rochdale. It's the principle.
Absolutely. So,
okay.
So the Speaker, Philippa Brunsden, is our housing requirement places for every one person.
Excellent, right.
So, because each authority has, if you like, has taken it upon themselves in arrangements to be responsible for, you know, someone from one authority is responsible for industry and warehousing, some other poor person here has drawn the short straw and is dealing with housing matters, so.
Okay, yeah, please.
It's because of Rochdale's demolitions allowance. Because Rochdale's Schlar supply is done on a gross basis. They then have a small sites windfalls and a demolitions allowance sort of to account for that. And they're adding those extra 2 years has a negative effect because of an extra 2 years of demolitions allowance. They don't have the sort of additional supply in those extra 2 years to compensate for those extra demolitions.
Okay. Right. I suppose the principle here is people like yourselves being able to understand what's behind the figures. In the natural course of events, obviously, these figures would have been produced based on published data that the individual authorities had published. It may have been only a few days before, it may have been weeks before, whatever. It depends on the timing of all this. I mean, we may take the view we don't want to get into the detail, and we accept they are what they are, but they will be scrutinised in other forums in due course. But irrespective of that, I suppose it would be helpful for people to understand if the Schlars have not been published, when they will be. Is that something that is I mean, I suppose it may be a factual note, just setting out a date for when these Schlars have been or will be published for each authority.
Well, the land supply has been published on the mapping GM for all of the 9 districts. I know I can speak for Bury and say our Schlar has been published on our website, and I think probably a lot of the others will.
Sorry, I mean, the individual authorities will publish their own Schlars at some point, will they?
Yes.
But what you're saying is you've had that data and you've also published it in a GIS form, is that right?
Yes.
And when was that published? Well, I mean, sorry, is there a question you want to ask? You can ask it better than me.
I suppose
what do you want and what do you want to know?
I suppose I essentially just wanted to know that the information that goes behind or be given an opportunity in due course if the plan period is extended to see the information that goes behind that. I take the point on the gross demolitions, but it appears that there is actually no supply in Rochdale post 2038 according to the tables that's been produced as part of the response to the inspectors.
Well, 2 things about that. One, they're satisfied the figures are correct, and therefore your inference that that's what it means in terms of the supply in Rochdale, fine, you can come to that conclusion, you can tell us that conclusion, that's fine. In terms of the accuracy of the figures, we assume that you're satisfied they're accurate. So the only remaining thing is, well, is there any further published information? I don't think we're asking for more information, but if it's available and it's published, it'd be helpful for people to know what it is and when it's available.
Absolutely, and I think the position at the moment is it's some and some as in relation to the public domain. So, how would you like to proceed, or is this something you're going to put in your end of the week note? Because
I think we can. Yeah.
If you could just tell us what you want.
Yeah.
Because we're very, very happy to set out, this SHLA's published, this one is
Yeah.
due to be published in a week's time, a month's time, whatever it might be, and you know there's collective data for the 9 authorities which is available here. You know, so we're very happy to do that. But perhaps if you just indicate in your homework note to us what you want us to do,
That's
and
fine.
thank you, sir.
Right. Emery Planning.
Thank you, sir. I suppose just to come back on a few points. Firstly, in relation to the housing land supply tables, which we've just discussed, clearly we've made detailed submissions in relation to the housing land supply. Now, I think you perhaps hit the nail on the head in one of your questions or points to the GMCA, which I suppose it depends really whether you're just taking those figures on face value and they're to be examined through the district local plans. I think clearly, though, if they are to be examined here and then given weight in future plans, then I would agree that we need time to actually review those figures and see the data behind them. And just the GIS mapping, just to clarify, I mean, that's not really something that we can actually use to interrogate the figures.
No, okay.
Secondly, in relation to this plan covering a 15-year period from adoption and the GMCA's clarification that they're not seeking any departure from national policy in that regard, and therefore your question, well, if it covers a 15-year period for adoption and the local plans do what the GMCA say they're going to do, which is roll that requirements forward and have their own 15-year plan periods, then we'd support that. So I think we would also agree with the points made on this side of the room that the plan should be prescriptive about that and set out what the intention is, so it's clear what the heavy lifting that the local plan part 2s need to do. And then thirdly, just in terms of the end date, I think the GMCA are proposing that on current the current anticipated timescales, 2038 should be sufficient. I don't think it would be, sir. Paragraph 22 of the framework sets out that strategic policies should look ahead over a minimum period of 15 years. So it's the strategic policies that we have to look to. And therefore, in terms of a housing land requirement policy, we have to look at the monitoring periods for those and the base date. And the base date in the current plan is the 1st of April 2020. And therefore, to take, meaning that the end date of the strategic policies, if it's 2037, is the 31st of March 2037. So to cover a 15-year period from adoption, the current plan would have needed to be adopted by March 2022, which clearly hasn't happened.
Yeah.
But to then hit a 2038 end date, it would need to be adopted by March 2023.
You don't think that's going to happen?
I'm guessing not. I'm guessing not. Given that I'm in hearings in here in March, so probably not. So
I was waiting for someone to raise that point.
So obviously,
okay, I've got it. Yeah.
so the best case we've set out in our statement, the best case really is a 2039 end date, and actually what we've said is to give a bit of flexibility, given the way these examinations progress, main mods and everything, we think 2040 would be sensible. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's clear.
Do you mind, so before you, because otherwise I'm going to have a terrible issue, sort of.
Yeah, that's fine.
Keeping on top of all these points, so if you wouldn't mind, and it might help the others.
Yeah.
I'd thought I'd made it perfectly clear that whatever is the year that needs to ensure that there's 15 years is the year that we will adopt. And if what's been said turns out to be correct, then fine.
Yeah, understood.
So I just want to make that clear. Our best stab was 2030, just as 2037 was. It was now 2038. If it becomes 2039, 2040, but there you are.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a principle which is important.
Yeah. No,
and
that's helpful.
I've made our position crystal clear on that.
Okay. Right. No more contributions going down this way. So, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. I can't see the nameplate.
So Giles Cannock, I act for the Northern Gateway delivery vehicle. Those are sites, as you'll know, JPA 1.1 and 1.2 are called collectively the Northern Gateway. So I want to address this briefly from a strategic perspective. My clients are not concerned at this stage with the next suite of local development plans which might sit below this plan. Mr. Katkowski has said he's content with an amendment which is effectively plus 15 years from adoption. That's clear. We would oppose any amendment which is greater than plus 15 years from adoption, if that's what's being discussed in terms of the 2040 and 2042 figures, if such an amendment led to the delay of the adoption of this plan. Because the framework, paragraph 2022, is clear, we know it, a minimum 15-year period from adoption, but the reason for that is to anticipate and respond to long-term requirements and opportunities such as those arising from major improvements in infrastructure, and that is clearly of application to strategic allocations such as our site. But the framework also emphasises the criticality of plans being up to date as the backbone of the statutory planning regime. The PFE itself at 1.8 and 1.10 refers to current flux and uncertainty post-Brexit and post-COVID, and refers on its face to any delay having a profoundly negative effect. We would agree and endorse with those propositions. And at 112, it says that a need for a bold, ambitious plan is critical now, and we would agree with that. And briefly, the reasons for that is because the PFE is clear that areas such as Rochdale, Oldham, and parts of Bury are currently characterised by indices of multiple deprivation, especially in respect of low forecast growth rates, which are, the PFE tells us, and we agree, reinforcing rather than tackling those problems of multiple deprivation, and thereby exacerbating differences between the north and south of the Greater Manchester area, and also that has echoes of the north-south divide and the levelling up agenda nationally. So we say, sir, that requires tackling now. There is a need for transformational change now, and the plan seeks to deliver that through, in particular, the Northern Growth Corridor. Now, if we were to have the nature of the amendment proposed by Mr. Katkowski, and we can come on to the detail of these figures in a moment, there's currently a surplus in respect of employment land of around about 660,000 square metres, of which 477,000 is allocated to be delivered beyond the planned period, and of that, 365,000 square metres at the Northern Gateway site. The point is this, sir, that kind of, as it were, modest amendment can be addressed relatively simply, we say, without the need for a whole other suite of strategic allocations, habitat regs assessment, strategic environmental assessment, and considerable delays to the plan. And so, sir, that's why we're content with the proposed modification as outlined by the GMCA and Mr. Katkowski, but we wouldn't support any greater period, because that leads to, we say, concern over the date at which this plan may be adopted. And of course, I make the self-evident plan that it doesn't make any sense to fail to meet needs now because you're trying to meet needs at years 15 onwards, especially in circumstances where Reg 10A of the 2012 regs will say we will have at least 2 statutory reviews between now and then. I trust that's clear. Thank you, sir.
No, that's clear. So it's not really an in-principle objection to a plan looking further ahead, but it's a sort of pragmatic approach to sort of say, well, don't do something if the consequences are going to be that you need to change this plan too significantly. That's the point, isn't it?
100%, sir.
Yeah, okay, got
and
it.
You've made it far more powerful and more concise than I did. Thank you.
Right.
You're going to go far.
Councillor Grebo, is it?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Just really more clarification, but we've had a number of discussions this morning about the the amount of land which has been calculated to be required, and it's been suggested that that will be dealt with at a later date. But I understood that today we're going to be dealing with the amount of land issue, and therefore that impacts on the number of houses. Therefore, if the figures are not accurate, and that's something I would like to speak about today, then that will impact, in fact, on the overall amount of land required.
Well, we're going to talk about the requirement figures in the plan today. The consequences of those figures in terms of what supply should be provided, which I think is what you're also concerned about, is something we're going to come back to at another date. So bear with us. After we've dealt with this plan period issue, we'll move on to the requirement discussion, and you'll see how that goes, and chip in at that point. But yes, we will be discussing the requirement figure today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Yeah, I'd like to take up the point expressed by Avison Young. The evidence, we were consulted on an evidence base that ran from 2020 to 2037. Beyond that, we'd be driving blind. And even if you just extend the plan by 1 year, that is not insignificant, because the housing need changes by across the region by about 10,000 homes. The land supply comes forward in terms of thousands. So we haven't really had an opportunity to interrogate the evidence base beyond 2037. And so I do, and even beyond, even aside from the land supply issues, there's numerous other changes that would have to be made to the plan. So I question the amount of work that would have to go into revising the plan to get it up and running, and how much the plan would be delayed by, just for the sake of a year. I mean, I suppose the key question is, are there any policies currently in the plan that could be delivered with a 2038 end date, that could not be delivered with a 2037 end date? So the question is, what do we get out of extending the plan by just making it comply with a recommendation in the MPPF? I do understand the desire to have a 15-year lifespan from the start of the period, but it's not essential, even though it's less than ideal. There was the Hart District Council plan that was passed just a couple of years ago. They started off with an 18-year plan, and it was whittled down to 13 years over the course of the consultation period. But because the MPPF preference is not a set requirement, the inspector considered 13 years to be an appropriate timescale, particularly as there's now a requirement to review plans every 5 years. So in accordance with the gentleman from Avison Young, maybe we'd be better off just pushing on with the timescale as it is, get the plan up and running, and then if the GMCA want to extend the plan, they could do that in an appropriate review period. So,
okay, very clearly put. Your interest, well, yesterday you were representing, say, Royton Greenbelt.
Yes, I'm wearing a different hat.
No, that's fine. But so take Oldham. We were using Oldham as an example yesterday, so we'll use Oldham as an example today as well, because that's Royton's in Oldham, isn't it? Is it? Yes. I was worried then. I was getting my geography wrong. So if Oldham's bringing forward its local plan, I don't know what its timescale is, but after this plan's been adopted...
Yeah, it's scheduled to come forward in 2024, I believe.
Right.
That was the last estimate, anyway.
Okay. But if that plan had to look forward 15 years from its expected adoption date, and you have got an interest in that plan and what it's going to be allocating, etc., wouldn't it be better for you and the Oldham Council to have some certainty about what this plan is expecting it to do?
I think in an ideal world, yes, the dates would all be aligned, but then the local plans are going to come along after this plan. So I think a bit of discrepancy by a year or two they're all going to be out by a year or two, and I wonder if there is going to be a substantial difference, because by 2037, 2038, the policies will be nearing completion anyway. So in a perfect world, I think the plan would look forward over 15 years, but I think it would entail substantial changes to the evidence base and the policies in the current plan.
What if we went with the suggestion made over here that, irrespective of what the end date of this plan is, it provides clarity about what Oldham should do in terms of its plan looking ahead 15 years and proratering any requirement figures that are in this plan?
I would be open to that. It would obviously depend how it would be written and what the set requirements were. But I think more cohesion between the local plan and this plan, I think that would be advantageous.
Yeah. Provides clarity for you and others who have to use it. Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. That's very helpful. Right. Any other contributions on? Yeah. Sorry. Could you turn your nameplate so I can see? I still can't. Introduce yourself. I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Morning, everybody. Stephen Cluer from the Friends of Bury Folk. I'd just like to concur with what my colleagues just said from SAVE Greater Manchester's Greenbelt. For many years now, the plan's been kicking the can down the road, and we're finding ourselves in a situation where we've actually got a dinosaur of a plan that is based on figures that are 8 years and past. Now, I'm sure everybody in this room could agree, you wouldn't set out a financial plan for a business based on things that happened 8 years ago. The councils have clearly demonstrated that they can put forward the strategic housing land assessments as and when required to do so, and they are up to date. We now have perfect figures delivered via the 2021 census, which are accurate. They're not just projections that were done back in 2014. And you'll see in the next few meetings that they were inflated figures, which has then obviously led us into the situation where the land supply has to be greater than what is actually needed. So I think it is a point that we do have to get a grip now and actually get the plan in place. And as stated, every 5 years you can review the plan, and therefore modifications can be made so that the likes of 12 months here, 18 months there, they can be addressed at a later date.
Okay, thank you. The point about 2021 census data, we'll come back to that if you wish when we're talking on the next item, which is about the housing requirement and whether the figures that have been used to come up with the 2014 based projection figures that were used are the correct ones, or on some others should have been used. So we'll come back to that. Thank you. Right. Anything else? Yeah, Emery.
Just a very brief clarification, sir. The Hart local plan was referenced. It's just to clarify that was examined against the 2012 framework, which obviously didn't have the same requirements in terms of a 15-year minimum period. Thank you.
But I mean, the point is that it's a policy. It's not a legal requirement, and I'm aware that different approaches have been taken in different plans to look forward for whatever reasons, possibly to fewer than 15 years from adoption, even since the NPPF update, I think so.
They have, sir, and we've given a few examples in our statement as well, and actually shown how they've differed from this particular plan, but obviously the GMCA have accepted anyway.
Yeah, okay.
It should fulfil that requirement.
They have?
Thank
Doesn't necessarily mean we agree?
Does not, sir.
Right. Anything further on the plan period?
No, sir. I hope our position is crystal clear.
It's clear. Right.
I won't worry too much about the crystal in that case.
Right. I'm just wondering what best to do now.
Go home.
Yeah. Well, I did want to end our adjournment at 11:30 on the basis we're going to take a statement from the MP at that point.
Why don't we start? I mean, because we'd need to break at what, 10 past 11, wouldn't we? To give us 20 minutes. But why don't we do? It's my watch stop. We've still got.
So we've got 25 minutes.
Why don't we sort of dip our toes into the waters?
Rightio.
God, so we
No,
can't put it off any longer. So
okay.
let's
right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to break for 45 minutes, so, and we don't actually know for certain.
We got the time to do it today either, because there's a lot to do, isn't there? So.
Right, so we're going to move on then to question 2.1, which is the housing requirement. And what I'll do is I'll go through, actually I think this will work quite well. I've got a few introductory comments to make, and I've got a fairly limited number of questions to the GMCA to go through, and then at that point we'll probably adjourn and then be open up to others to think about what they wish to say. So this matter is solely about the overall housing requirement figure of 164,880 for the plan period 2021 to 2037, or an average of 10,305. You can think of it in terms of the average if you wish, bearing in mind that it may be applied to a slightly different period of time, but it's that figure. We're going to discuss, we've already discussed the plan period, so that, you know, we'll come back to that.
Take that as read
and
if
there
you
are
like.
various other issues obviously related to this about not only the requirement figure, but how it's broken down to districts, the phasing of it that's proposed in the plan, the supply that's made in response to those figures, all things that we're going to come back to, none of which we're going to talk today. So it's purely about this headline requirement figure of 10,305 per year for the average
Absolutely
overall.
so.
Okay?
And it's very important to keep that in
Yeah.
mind, that we're not
We will deal
morphing
with
ourselves.
everything else, but,
Yep, but not
in due
now.
course. Yeah.
Exactly, otherwise we get terribly confused.
So, yeah, indeed. Right. And we obviously know that there are quite different views about this. There's views that those figures are unrealistically high for various reasons, and you know we're aware what some of those are about more recent projections, more recent census data, about significant changes in circumstances since 2014 in terms of the economy, the pandemic, wars, all sorts of things going on in the world that could mean that those figures are unrealistically high. On the other hand, we've got other views that the figures are too low. And we've got to come to a view about whether what the plan proposes is reasonable and justified having regard to what reasonable alternatives are.
Yes.
Obviously, just... Yeah,
I'll bear with you, sir.
Yeah,
sorry.
bear with me. I haven't got much more before I start asking you questions. So anyway, but government policy is quite clear about this in the sense that it sets out a standard methodology for determining the minimum housing requirement to be included in plans, and that was introduced, I don't know when it was a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago?
Quite a long time ago
flies.
now, so yes.
And I mean, I don't know if this was explicit, but certainly what we assume was the case. The idea of that was to try and simplify the approach and standardise the approach, hence the word standard methodology, so that there is less in-depth, drawn-out discussion in forums like this about what the requirements
As one of the three authors of the original idea, so I confirm it was to actually ensure that we didn't end up spending lots of time talking about numbers at events like this, but, you know, naive, I'm sure, but that was the hope.
Conducted, you know, several examinations since then, and the discussion has been different, but there are still things to discuss, and there are things that have been raised by, you know, both sides of the room. So, but the standard method is a standard method, and national guidance is clear that you should use that unless there are exceptional circumstances. But it also does suggest there are things you may wish to consider, or you should consider, whether to think that the minimum figure that comes up with actually reflects real needs. Okay. So please all bear that in mind. I'm not saying that we're not going to have a discussion, but I suppose what I'm saying is there's a presumption that because they've used the standard method, you know, it's a pretty reasonable approach. Okay. So first thing that one of the things we're asked to think about whether the figure should in fact be higher is about how it compared to past trends. We asked a question early on in our preliminary questions about that, and I think the answer was, based on looking back at least 10 years, I think, it would represent around a 40% increase compared to what's been delivered over that historic period. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
So
absolutely, it certainly involves. It was the particular precision of the percentage, but it certainly involves a substantial uplift.
Depends which year period you look at. And
Absolutely.
so, and that, on the face of that, that thing, well, that's pretty big. That's a boost, wouldn't it? That'd be a significant boost to delivery if you were to achieve this 10,305 a year compared to that previous rates of delivery. So, positive in that sense. But I suppose then the question is, well, were completions over that period constrained by the planning system, by shortages of land, suitable land in suitable locations, which I think is points made on this side of the table. So is it an artificially constrained figure at the past?
Well, I'll ask someone to try and answer that in a few seconds' time, sir, but I'm just wondering, can we just take a step back and just sort of look at the context for that question, if you won't?
Completions?
Yes,
yeah.
Well, and the context for the discussion. So because
Okay.
you're putting this, I think, to the positively prepared part of paragraph 35.
Well,
where you've mentioned that just
yeah,
now.
okay.
So,
yeah.
so providing a strategy which as a minimum seeks to meet the area's objective assessed needs, footnote 21 then takes you for housing to the standard methodology. And we discussed unmet need yesterday, didn't we, in relation to duty to cooperate. But I just particularly want to draw attention to the justified part of the definition of soundness, which is an, this was a change made, I wrote these words, an appropriate strategy, not the appropriate strategy, an appropriate strategy, taking into account reasonable alternatives and based on proportionate evidence, so an appropriate strategy. And so when you're asking yourself, there's a fundamental point here, which is that we have stuck like glue to the standard methodology, the government's advised and preferred approach. Yes, it is right that we're told that if that you should consider whether there are exceptional circumstances to go higher or lower. We've considered those ourselves, and our view is that there aren't, and so we are running along with the standard methodology. Is that an appropriate strategy? How could it not be? How could it not be an appropriate strategy?
Well,
now, with that context, you know, because there could well be three appropriate strategies: going higher, going lower, or sticking with the standard methodology like glue. But is using the standard methodology an appropriate strategy? Of course, by definition, it is. But with that said, by way of context, and forgive me being quite, forgive me making those points, but it is important to set this debate into its proper context of what the frame is.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I haven't got the foggiest idea to what the answer is to your precise question about completions. Does anyone else along the front bench here know? Or do we need to take this away? Were those completions depressed, artificially depressed, I think, was just your question, I think. I mean, my answer to that is whether they were or they weren't. We're using the standard methodology anyway, so. No, whether did anyone have information available to us as we sit here as to whether the comparing to past, we don't have the answer to you at this point.
No, I don't think there's necessarily a factual information that would be available to demonstrate that, but I suppose it's about whether existing plans are out of date, whether local authorities have been unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable sites, those sort of issues. So it's only, I mean, it's a point that's been made by several on this side that in the past, certainly in parts of Greater Manchester, delivery has been constrained by a lack of suitable sites. It's whether that's recognised, I suppose, here or not. I didn't want to. No, you don't want to comment at this stage.
Have to, because there are 9 authorities, would have to check for each of the 9. So, but even if we accept, just for the sake of advance, getting on and talking about other things, even if we say yes, at least in part to that question, my point is, forgive me, so what?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, which will probably be the response to all the questions I'm going to ask you. but anyway, fine. And I
do have a smile on my face.
I could sort of say, right, we're not going to have this discussion now because I agree with you entirely right into the principle, and therefore we don't need to have this discussion. But we haven't come to that conclusion yet. So let's go through the process. Mr. Young.
Yeah, just on the constraint, the question is framed around a lack of supply, but as somebody who was in Manchester pretty much once a month for several years, I know what the answer is for some of the authorities. Trafford had a moratorium. They were desperately keen not to call it a moratorium, but I was required to defend that week after week against various members of King's Chambers who appeared for the development industry. And there were periods of time, you asked about the 40% uplift, the 40% increase on past trend, it is 40%. It actually says that in the plan. If you look at the 7,000 figure and the 10,000 figure, it is mathematically and precisely 40%. And in the period that is covered by that 7,000 figure, there were moratorium imposed by certain authorities in this area. So it wasn't a lack of sites. And the reason for that, if you're interested, is that there was a desire to enhance regeneration in urban areas, so particularly in Manchester and Salford, at the expense of other areas. So there was undoubtedly a constrained supply, and that's part of the history of the area.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to go through some other questions with the GMCA, and then I'll take contributions from others in due course. So, Lichfield's statement refers to completions in the last 3 years, averaging 11,300. Is that a figure you recognise, or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So what does that tell us about the 10,305 being achievable as a long-term approach? Anything much?
Well, perhaps the answer is in the question, isn't it? If completions have been higher than the number which we're setting ourselves, then one would imagine that that's quite promising.
But that's when you compare that 11,300 with 7,000 that took place over the preceding 10 years or so. Was there something odd about these last 3 years that it suddenly jumped up for whatever reason, or is that a reflection of things have changed and that's the way things can happen in the future?
I think a lot of it.
Wait till I've been through them with GMCA and we'll come back. Yeah.
I think a lot of this would have been led by the city centre, frankly, and development in the city centre, which here, as you know, isn't simply Manchester. It's also a part of Salford as well.
Yeah. Okay. Right. That's fine. Looking next then about what this level of household growth would represent in terms of looking at how it matches with economic aspirations, economic growth that is expected. First of all, does the plan assume any particular level of economic growth, job growth, however expressed?
Right. This is in that simple to ask question. There's quite a bit of detail, so I just have to ask for the. Where's our employment chap gone? We've got specialist consultant in relation to all of this.
Well, I suppose, does the plan itself actually set a particular...
It doesn't set a job target, no. If that's a simple answer to your question, but underpinning...
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm jumping the gun, because as we know, one of the arguments for going higher is, have we thought about the relationship between our housing number and our economic aspirations, to which the answer is yes, and there's quite a lot of detail under the answer yes. But if that's for a bit later on, then let's do it a bit later.
That was my next question.
Right.
Have the implications of the level of economic growth been considered in terms of the household growth? And the answer is you have thought about it.
Yes.
And you're satisfied that there isn't any significant discrepancies.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of detail that underpins that.
Which I don't want to go into, but no, that's fine.
That's a relief.
You can say that you've. I mean, we may go into it at some point.
No,
exactly.
Talk about, and we've got the expert in the room on our side of the room anyway. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously the PPG does refer to thinking about the relationship between household growth and economic growth, but there is so many variables at play to do with commuting patterns and employment and unemployment rates, all sorts of things that make it very difficult to get any detailed alignment between, what job growth there may be and what sort of jobs and what household growth may be. But there is a basic point, isn't there? Is there anything to suggest from, that you've thought about, that there may be some significant sort of misalignment here of the economic growth that is both aspired to but also realistically expected to be achieved with the number of people that would live in the city region over the next 15 years or so?
Well, the answer is on our analysis, no, there isn't a mismatch or a misstep between the two. Fundamentally, this is all to do with to use a bit of jargon, the resident employment rate. And that's the key, as I understand it. But we do have the gentleman who's been responsible for this work here, and whenever we get to the right time to explain all of this in detail, it might be in response to points made on the other side of the room, so to speak. But because this is one of the points which objectors make, arguing for a higher number on the housing side.
Yeah, of course.
So yes, we have thought about it, and there is obviously detail to underpin the analysis, which we're very happy to explain. I hope in summary form rather than in minute detail. But it's a very, very simple point, to be quite frank. The bottom line is incredibly simple, and it's to do with the resident employment rate.
Okay. It's really, I mean, I suppose what I'm going through here is just exploring what has been considered in coming to the conclusion that it is a reasonable strategy to simply use the standard method.
An appropriate strategy.
What did I say?
A reasonable strategy.
An appropriate strategy, having regard to reasonable alternatives. Thank you.
And appropriate, having regard to reasonable alternatives. So the alternatives here are going higher, going
Yeah.
lower.
Yeah.
We've thought about it all, and it's certainly appropriate.
But there are
an
some
appropriate
specific things that the PPG suggests could be considered and should be considered.
And we have.
And that should be considered is the next one I'm going to come on to, is whether higher levels of housing development would assist in the delivery of more affordable homes.
Absolutely.
Was that considered?
It certainly was. You'll tell me, forgive me, if, as and when you want us to explain the detail underpinning these points, but the short answer is yes, it was considered.
And I suppose if you thought more than 10,305 homes could be delivered, you may say, well, we don't think it would be anyway, because it's just, but if they were, would it be likely to lead to more affordable homes?
Well, that depends on where they'd be delivered, frankly. I mean, you could say very simplistically, yes, but that's too simplistic, frankly.
Okay. I am simplistic. But
No, don't worry. So am I. I suspect I'm far more simplistic, but sometimes one does need to.
So if that, just in very brief terms then, if that is that something that could potentially be achieved by setting a higher requirement overall? Why was it not chosen?
Indeed. Well, so you've asked us to explain now, so I'll ask for the explanation to be given.
In brief terms.
Well, fine. So indeed so. So is this down to fill up with the affordable housing point? So what the inspector's interested in is the idea of what consideration did we give to whether the number should go up, if you like, in order to seek to deliver more affordable housing, which in itself necessitates an understanding of the affordable housing figures. So if you could help the inspectors with that, please.
We've got a SHMA that's been prepared well, it was prepared for the 10 authorities, but we've got the figures in there for the 9 authorities, and that shows a need for 5,214 households over the plan period, but that's based on addressing the backlog over 5 years, so it's not a target of the number of affordable homes that need to be delivered.
We'll talk about the affordable housing target in the plan. Is that the question really is a simple one, in the sense that did you consider whether if going for a higher figure would lead to more affordable homes being delivered?
Yeah.
You did consider it?
Yes.
You chose not to do that. Yeah. Why?
We looked at, in the growth and spatial options paper, we've got an option that goes for a higher target.
Yeah.
That would require additional greenbelt release. Yeah. So on balance, we concluded that the LHN using the standard method was the appropriate level of growth overall.
And in assessing that higher level option, one of the benefits that was identified, was it that it could deliver more affordable homes? Well, but I think you've kind of conceded that in principle, yes, it could have done that. But the reason it was discounted then, that's what I wanted to get to in very basic terms, was that it would necessitate more greenbelt release. Yes, and therefore it wasn't preferable, making a judgment about what's in a reasonable strategy. Sometimes the answer is, well, there's no point because we wouldn't deliver more, and even if we did build more, if we had a higher requirement, they just wouldn't be achieved and we wouldn't deliver any more affordable homes. I think you're accepting that it could potentially lead to more affordable homes, but that doesn't justify
at a cost. And so when you look at that as a reasonable alternative, as a in principle, going up potentially could release more bring about more affordable housing. You have to balance that against all the other issues.
Absolutely.
You look at that and then you ask yourself whether what you would like to do is an appropriate strategy, having considered whether to raise the numbers with all the pros and the cons that raising the numbers would bring.
Okay. Right. 7 minutes. I've got 3 more quickish questions. Just to give an initial response before we come in on the arguments that are going to be put about why why are you using these 2014 projections? Surely they're out of date, given that what's happened since in terms of the changes in the world?
Absolutely. So you'll know the answer, but I'll say it out aloud. It's because that's what the government tells us to do, and we, although we could, if we'd wanted to, argue for a different approach, we decided not to argue for a different approach. So we're doing, we're following, as I said, we're sticking like glue to the government's position in relation to this knotty issue, and we're not seeking to make a case for departing from what the government tells us to do.
You may wish to cut and paste that answer, because the next question is, why does the plan not propose a figure below the standard method on the grounds that green belt can be used in line with national policy to go for a lower figure if an authority wishes?
Because we've given consideration to that, and it's not quite I refer you to my previous answer, because this is obviously moving the point on, isn't it?
Yeah.
So with our eyes open to the consequences of the figure that we've used, that is to say that and when we come round to discuss the green belt in particular, this is very much to ensure there's a flexibility allowance. That's why we've had to look to the green belt. With our eyes open to that consequence, we've considered everything in the round and decided that the appropriate thing to do is, an appropriate strategy to have in the plan, is to stick with the standard methodology number, and not to say, well, because we've got green belt, therefore, as far as we're concerned, there should be a lower figure.
Yeah.
So we thought about it. We've considered, other ways, higher numbers, lower numbers, the consequences of all of that, and we've ended up sticking like glue to the standard methodology.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Heavy lifting was the phrase yesterday. Sticking like glue is the one for today.
Absolutely. I'll think of another one for tomorrow.
Just finally then, before we break.
As long as I'm not stuck to dead weight.
HBF say that the requirement figure doesn't include the needs for specialist accommodation, for example, for the elderly. This is an issue that gets a little bit tricky in terms of the household projections and which needs accounted where. But do you want to just respond? Is there something that's additional to the 10,305 a year that may need to be provided in specialist accommodation, for example, for the elderly?
We've got in policy H3, it sets out that the requirements for different groups will be met through the local plans. So if there was a particular need in one of the local authorities to provide a substantial number of care homes, that would be addressed through their local plan.
But what that doesn't say is whether that would be over and above the requirement figure for that authority, or whether that quantified need, say for 1,000 bed spaces in residential care homes, is included in the requirement.
Those bed spaces, if they were C2 uses rather than C3 uses, wouldn't be part of the 10,305, although they would.
If they freed up spaces.
They would free up spaces for.
So it's complicated.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's sufficiently complicated whereby you don't want to try and provide clarity in this plan, but let the individual authorities grapple with that.
Absolutely. We've got plenty of things to grapple with in this one, so let's leave the 9 to grapple with a few other things.
Okay. Grappling's different from heavy lifting, isn't it?
It is.
Right. Okay. I think that's a good point to end. We'll resume at 11:30.
For the day.
Thank you.
For the day, so
Well, it is 11:30, so if we could resume, please. So, sorry, yeah. Councillor Harris, did you have a query?
Thank you, yes. It is actually just one point that was mentioned just before we broke up. If I can just make it, please. I hate to contradict our learned King's Counsel, but as far as government setting targets, and I've had this in writing from the Secretary of State, I do not have it with me, but I can produce it, that the government does not set targets. They are guidelines and they are not mandatory. If I may just contradict, please. I'm not a legal expert, but I do know that. I hate to contradict our legal expert, but I do have a letter stating that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We'll come on to contributions about the housing requirement and whether it's an appropriate strategy. But before we do that, I think we've got Mr. James Grundy MP, who's turned up specifically this time as agreed, so I'd like to invite you to make a short statement. I don't know if you've heard the discussion that we've had so far today, but what we've been talking about this morning is the plan period and whether the housing requirement in the plan is justified. But anyway, you're here and we'll hear what you've got to say. Thank you. Yes, please, if you could, turn the microphone on.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector. It is a feeling of going round in circles for myself because 9 years ago, more than 9 years ago, in March 2013, I appeared before your predecessor to discuss pretty much the same issues around the same sites in what was then known as Wigan Council's core strategy, which obviously later became GMSF. And then after that, the Places for Everyone plan. I must say that it is incredibly frustrating to see almost identical issues come up over almost identical sites. In 2013, I was the Conservative councillor for the Loughton East ward and leader of the Conservative group on Wigan Council. And I spoke there before the inspector regarding the sheer number of houses proposed for the sites within Loughton Goulburn. I must say, I think it is worth revisiting, if I may suggest, sir, the report that was produced at the time by the then inspector, which I felt was an excellent report. It proposed a limit in terms of the amount of housing overall in Loughton Goulburn, and it also proposed not just in Loughton Goulburn, but elsewhere in the borough at Standish, if I recall correctly, a local infrastructure plan to deal with the concerns of local residents. I must say that I am disappointed. Whilst I thought the report was excellent, I'm afraid that Wigan Council, they found ways to get around the housing limit that was proposed by the inspectorate. By simply saying, oh, well, we don't have 5-year supply, so even though the inspector said we shouldn't build these houses, we feel we're forced to build them, even though they had been wanting to build those houses. And secondly, I must say, you'll be surprised to learn I had a meeting about the Loughton Goulburn infrastructure plan on Monday this week with Wigan Council, which 9 years after the inspector recommended one be put in place, is still not in place, and there are still outstanding issues to be resolved with it. My constituency of Lee within Wigan Borough has 3 sites, obviously of varying degrees of controversial. The first is the west of Gibfield site in Atherton. It's split across my constituency, that of my neighbour, Mr. Chris Green, the MP for Bolton West. The west of Gibfield site is relatively small and the least controversial of the 3. Effectively, the issue with that site in terms of its allocation is that the east of the site is actually relatively uncontroversial. It is considered infill both by local residents and the independent councillors who represent the Atherton ward. The problem with that site is to the west of the incomplete Atherley Way. It is proposed to build on land that was set aside as part of a previous strategic plan as green space for Atherton. So as you can imagine, there's some concern that if we set aside some woodland as part of a plan for building houses on one site, and then we come along in a later plan and say, oh, we're going to build on that one now, it rather feels to some people in Atherton as though they have not. They've been hornswoggled, as it were, out of a site they were told would be set aside as green woodland. And there are also issues in terms of the site with concerns about drainage from building on that land. However, I understand there will be a later phase of these proceedings to discuss site-specific matters, so I will try and limit my contribution.
Yeah, if you could, because we will come. We've got specific days to discuss the sites, all of the allocations in detail. So if you want to come, then you'll be very welcome.
Yes.
So if you could keep your comments really about.
I shall keep my comments broad as regarding.
And about whether the amount of homes that the plan proposes are needed. If you've got any, thoughts about that, really, is particularly what we're interested in today.
Yes, I intend to refer briefly to all three sites, given the nature of them and the different nature, and then but I shall limit my comments regarding the specific sites. The second site is Pocketnook Lane in Loughton, which is the remainder of the site in Loughton. And again, with regards to that site, for nearly 13 years now since the initial Old Course strategy was proposed, the Adamson family, who own the majority of that site, have repeatedly said they do not wish that land to be built on. Obviously, that it has an impact in terms of house numbers. This site overall, I think, is proposed for 600 houses. But the problem is the absolute persistence of including this site when the Adamson family, who probably have 70% of the remainder, means that if this site is approved, it will create a stalled site, which then becomes problematic in terms of overall delivery, in terms of the numbers. There are small sections of the site which are remaindered, which are owned by a developer. I think that those once again are not controversial, given that they are in the corner of the site, adjacent to both the East Lancs Road and the Atherley Way. But my particular concern with that site, which is safeguarded land, is that effectively we are pressing forward with a site that cannot be delivered in terms of the plan. And I would note that the former South of Pennington site, which is abandoned at a previous stage, because the land assembly was not possible there, that site was abandoned. I think in technical terms, we're facing similar problems with that site. And I would point out that the Pocketnook Lane site is, I think, the second most objected to site allocation in Greater Manchester. We then move to the third site, which I think is, so far as I understand it, narrowly the most objected to site in Greater Manchester. And this is the Greenbelt site north of Mosley Common. Now, obviously, once again, at a later stage, we're discussing specific Greenbelt matters, and I don't wish to go into too much detail about the concerns with the specific site. But I think the group, I believe, has representatives here today, the Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt group, and indeed other groups all across the borough, are very concerned, given the previous references in documentation going back some years that said that it would be possible in terms of the numbers, and if memory serves, about 160,000 across Greater Manchester, could be accommodated on brownfield sites or other similar sites within Schlars strategic housing allocation within each borough, rather than dipping into Greenbelt, beyond the concerns about the use of Greenbelt themselves. In terms of the number of houses allocated for the borough itself, the figure is north of 20,000. Those are based on 2014 figures. And my view is that even at the time, this was challenged. And there was a later review of those figures, I think, in about 2016, and the figure dropped for Wigan Borough down to about 12,000. Now, obviously, I think the initial figure we started with was about 24,000. It was dropped to about 20. The 2016 figures showed a housing need of approximately 12,000 for the borough. And I must say that it would be entirely possible, I think, given from speaking to a previous head of planning at Wigan Council, that we had something like 10,000 planning applications for approximately 10,000 houses without breaking into the green belt. And of course, for those familiar with Lee, there are a number of derelict sites within Lee that could be used to accommodate this. I think that particularly last time round there was a view that certainly the use of space within the urban area was not maximised. A local group, an excellent group called Lee Means Business, which have been doing some work into the levelling up agenda regarding the regeneration of Lee Town Centre, have pointed out that 25% of commercial space within Lee itself is currently unused. There are already a number of projects ongoing to try and accommodate the conversion of that commercial space to housing. And I'm particularly concerned, obviously, with regards to use of some green belt for affordable housing, which will take the nature of maisonette flats, that actually the better location for such housing allocation is within the town centre, using space above shops to bring life back to a town centre that is in desperate need of residents closely within it, rather than these people being put on greenfield sites on the edge of town, far away from local services and local employment sites. Broadly speaking, I feel I've covered the ground, both regards to the specific sites, my concerns with the lack of progress and the lack of compliance, whether you believe it's willing or unwilling, with the previous inspector's report back in 2013. And I very much hope that you will consider putting a number of restrictions on what is proposed by my local authority. I would particularly recommend, where sites do go ahead, revisiting the issue of local infrastructure plans, which was a major concern. I do think that whilst we have not got there yet with the one proposed in my constituency for Loughton and Goulburn, the number of things proposed within it are popular and have helped mitigate things. And I do think that one of the most grievous concerns for local residents is where significant numbers of houses are built in their area, but nothing is done to address the concerns about schools, road infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So with that, Mr. Inspector, I shall bring my comments to a close. I do hope you found it helpful in terms of bringing a bit of local colour to the understanding of the issues within my constituency.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And as I say, when we come back to discuss the specific allocations in Wigan and elsewhere, from your particular perspective, if you do wish to participate in those sessions, the dates are available from the programme officer now, and you can get that organised if you wish, because as you say, bringing your local knowledge and indeed from other people, it's very helpful for us to have that brought to the discussion about the specific sites. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave if you wish. We'll be carrying on till, well, it could be till about 1 o'clock on the issue of about whether the housing requirement figure in the plan is justified.
I will actually, there is one thing I neglected to mention, which I'll bring up now, regarding the actual overall housing target for the borough. And it goes back to, I think, the point of clarification that the councillor from Bury made, Councillor Harris. When I sat on Wigan Council, I did actually challenge the then leader of the council, the late Lord Peter Smith, in terms of the housing number. And actually, it would have been roughly October 2017. This would have been recorded as part of the recording of the council meeting. I did say, where did these figures come from? Because my understanding was, having spoken to a representative of the government, that the housing targets were, roughly as Councillor Harris said, that they were not set in stone by the government. And Lord Peter Smith did say, on the record in that council meeting, we took advice on this as to what housing figure we should adopt. So I think that it was just worth referring back to the point made by Councillor Harris, that these are not hard limits, hard floors set by the government, that the local authorities do have their own latitude in deciding the amount of housing to be built. Thank you very much.
No, okay, thank you for that. And that's exactly the discussion we've started to have and will continue to have now. So thank you. So what I'm going to do now is we've gone through some questions with the GMCA, obviously, about the justification for the housing requirement. What I want to do now is invite views from others about that, as I say, about the specific figure in the plan of 168,880, I think, and that representing an average of 10,305 a year, not about things like the phasing or the distribution at this stage. So I'm going to look, if you would wish, any contributions from this side of the table first, because obviously we've had some of the questions I put to the GMCA is why the figure is what it is and why haven't they considered it being higher. The reason for that being national guidance suggests that consideration should be to whether it should be higher. But as I alluded to earlier, national policy also allows for local authorities to go for a low figure in certain circumstances, and various arguments have been put along from people on this side of the table as to why that should be a lower figure. So I'd like to hear the sort of key points that you may wish to make about that. There's a number of nameplates got up. I may as well, I think I'll start at the far end if I could. So is that Councillor Garibo? Yeah. You'll have to excuse me because my eyes are struggling to read the nameplates down there. So.
Well, you're doing better than I would if I was that said.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Yeah, we have grave concerns, certainly, in the areas that I represent, that the figures which have been used to establish housing need are extremely inaccurate. And in fact, so much so that even Salford, in fact, actually pointed out that the Greater Manchester figures were not, in fact, correct. And if I could just refer to the actual figures, the Greater Manchester period figures for 2020 to 2037 were 28,560, which was an average of 1,680 per year. But that, in fact, is nearly 6,000 higher than the figures that Salford's own estimates are, which was 22,848. So there's a big difference there, a difference of 1,344 houses per annum. Now, it's important as far as Salford is concerned because of the case which is being made to build on Greenbelt land. I'm particularly concerned with two sites, which is Hazelhurst Farm and land east of Lee Road in Boostown. And both of those sites, in fact, collectively come to around 800 houses, which is well within the lower figures which are being quoted. In other words, we would not need to build those houses based on the figures that Salford themselves produced. In fact, they produced that figure when they were dealing with the spatial framework. So it was in the spatial framework report in 2020. And I think it goes further than that, in fact, because if we look at other developments in Salford, such as Chat Moss, where you've got 1,000 houses suggested, again, a lot of those would be taken into account within the brownfield sites. And if we just look at the figures for the brownfield sites, there are approximately 8,164 permissions on brownfield sites, with a further 12,209 sites either with permission or pending. So if you add those together, that's over 20,000 sites not on Greenbelt land. And that would certainly allow the housing need to be dealt with, on those existing sites or the proposed permissions. So I really think, in fact, that a lot more work needs to be done in terms of these figures, and certainly more evidence needs to be provided as to how these figures have actually been obtained. I think, in fact, I don't want to go into any details about the need for not building on those particular sites, but I do think it's important to recognise that one of the reasons being given to build on those sites is for social housing, and that's the justification for the figures. And in fact, if you look at the record on what's been built in the City of Salford, particularly in the Worsty, Boothstown and Ellenbrook area, then I think it's difficult to find more than 30 social housing units have been built on the new developments which have actually gone ahead. So in fact, most of those new developments in that area, because of the price level in that area, are upwards of 250, maybe £300,000. You know, and that certainly doesn't allow for social housing. They tend to get moved to another part of the city. So, you know, that's arguments on figures, and the need for housing because of social housing doesn't hold water in terms of the practice that's taken place over the last few years. So that's all I really want to say on the figures, sir, but
okay.
I may well come in with some comments later on.
Okay, well, we will be, you're raising some issues there that are going beyond what we really want to focus on today, but thank you for that, and there will be an opportunity, if you are able to come back, to talk about things like the affordable housing provision and indeed the specific allocations you're interested in. So if I work down the table, is it Councillor Harris?
Would you mind very much if, I don't want to create an issue, but could you possibly allow my colleague here to ask, and then could you come back to me? Would you allow that, please?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll move on. Is it the Friends of Bury folk?
Yeah. I find it interesting that you brought up historical trend information as part of this examination. I did have this conversation with quite a few of the planning officers, and I was instructed that historical trend data is not a requirement, as this is a forward-looking plan. And in the next breath was told, however, we do need to apply a buffer to the plan due to underdevelopment in the past. So that sort of struck me as you can't have your cake and eat it. But let's have a look at why I'm actually here. So I think there's been a loss of what a local plan is actually there for and what it needs to achieve. So a local plan historically was to give provision for the natural growth of a borough. To bring this under a spatial strategy for the whole region has made that extremely complicated. I think it would have been much better if the 10 authorities were to put forward their local plans and put that up into a joint development the other way around. So this is why we're obviously carrying on for 8 years. Now, if the numbers were slightly out, that would be acceptable. You know, if we were only talking a few thousand, then you're going to have a little bit of deviation. But for example, looking at a specific district, which is Bury where I live, over the last 20 years, Bury have delivered an average of 370 homes. The Places for Everyone plan is proposing 609 per annum. So when this started, it was 12,700 over a 15-year period. This has reduced over the 8 years that these discussions have been happening to a target of 11,700 with 2,000 offset to other areas within the borough, making the target 9,700, taking into consideration windfall allowances and completion so far. So one of the arguments I've always had is the fact that if you were given a provision for housing in a specific borough, how does offsetting them houses to another area help the local residents, which straight away demonstrates that that particular 2,000 homes are not required in Bury for our natural growth. So let's just take it for a point of view that the housing numbers that are being proposed are actually double what is actually required. Now, you can look at the information as we're going down the line, but let's just very, very quickly just say that the average housing occupancy rate is 2.4 in the UK, 2.35 in Bury where I live. If you do the formula and do the sums, every single data set that I've looked at, other than the 2014 ONS figures, of course, brings me to a number of 6,000, not 12,700 in a 15-year local plan. That's why I'm here. It's not just 10%, 5% deviation. I'm looking at double. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, that's specific about Bury, and we're going to come on to the justification for the figures for the individual districts tomorrow. So you know, I've got the points you made, understand, and I suppose I could take the points you make about Bury as being potentially applicable across the board, in the sense that the basic argument is that the 2014 base projections are not realistic, they're too high, they don't tally with other data sources that you've looked at. So thank you for that. I'll move on down to... Sorry, Councillor Harris.
Thank you. I'm sorry to sort of create...
No, that's okay.
Yes, I'm going to be a bit more general, because you did mention government policy earlier on when we spoke. I have to add that government policy is to protect the green belt. It was actually stated by the new Prime Minister. Now, one could argue, and we can spend all the next 6 months arguing about numbers and things, but it would appear to me that the numbers are kind of grossed up to justify compromising or rezoning the green belt. And I would like to say that I have been on a planning committee for, I think it's 11 years, and I have not seen any proof of exceptional circumstances, which is the yardstick, the guidance for building on green belt. There are circumstances, animal welfare, sports facilities, but there is no evidence to prove that has been shown to prove exceptional circumstances to rezone the green belt. And I think that is hugely significant. And it's all very well to try to skew the figures to say, this is what we have to do. And that is how it appears to me. Also, again, very important, the infrastructure. There are no guarantees in any way that infrastructure will be provided. And I don't wish to sound cynical, but I think that developers obviously are there for profit, not to provide infrastructure. It's very difficult with 106 agreements to enforce that. I think that is an issue. I just want to sort of briefly go back into Bury, because that is the area that I represent. First of all, the allocation for industrial space. I do know my area very well. I've been representing the area for a number of years. As far as industrial space, we have already got industrial space that has not been used. It's there, it's for let, not just in our borough, the adjacent boroughs. The idea of quantifying the need for industrial space, the case has just not been made.
Okay, we're going to talk about the quantified need for industrial space this afternoon. So
yeah,
if you're going to be here then, could you hold back on that? And we'll so I really want to focus on whether the amount of land, you know, the amount of homes that are proposed in the plan is justified. So the 10,305 across the Greater Manchester, you think that is...
Well, my colleagues produced the exact figures. I just want to make one very important point about affordable housing, which I think we all agree is needed. And again, using my planning, a member of the planning committee experience, one cannot force developers to produce affordable housing. That is a serious problem. That is what is needed. Yeah. And I think that is a very significant issue on the general deliverability and the purpose of the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so if you could put your nameplates down if you've made your contribution. If you need to come back in later, obviously we'll put it back up and give you another opportunity if we've got time. So I'll move on down to, say, Greater Manchester Greenbelt, if I could.
Okay, I'd like to just start by agreeing with our friend over the table, Brian. We've also had great difficulty in validating the data in the SHLARs and the information in the tables, and not all the SHLARs are on the council's websites yet. So just to mention that. The other thing I'd like to pick up is there is no evidence that market housing has been constrained by a lack of suitable sites. We've done some review, if you like, of the latest census data for the period between 2011 and 2021, and the ONS data, which shows the net number of homes built during the same period. And during that period, Greater Manchester built almost 79,000 homes, of which 28,000 did not contribute to household formation. So clearly a lot of investor homes and Airbnbs maybe.
On what basis do you say that the 28,000 of the 79,000 didn't contribute to household formation? Because of the census data?
Yeah, we used the census data, and for the same period, we looked at the ONS data for completions, the net number of homes built.
So more homes were built than the population increased by?
A lot more homes than households were formed.
Households were formed.
Households were formed in that same period. And by the way, there were also, I believe, 14,000 empty homes brought back into use in the same period. So the number's probably higher than the 28,000 in actual fact. So basically, it comes back to this same point that there isn't that evidence, and picking up on the affordable housing piece, clearly we're not talking about affordable housing here, but with market housing, there is not the evidence that there is a constraint in terms of lack of suitable sites.
So on that basis, that the historic completion figure of 7,000 or whatever it was, that's what's needed. You know, that kind of level of household growth and house building should be continued. Is that broadly?
Well, the 79,000 homes that were built represents a significant over delivery, if you like, based on the number of households formed.
Yeah.
Well, I think Manchester's market, and we do know this, there is an interest in investor homes and an increased interest in Airbnbs, which means that people get a better return on their investment than renting the place out to a family, basically.
So, on the basic point then, I mean, I think you're well enough informed to know about the 2014 projections and how that relates to what government guidance says, and that's the standard method that the government recommends be used. But you're saying here there's clear evidence based on the census data that they justifies departing, and in fact not only justifies departing but requires departing from the standard method.
We'd be happy to stick with the government's formula as long as Greenbelt isn't released, because if you look at...
Isn't that... Well, is the need there or not, I suppose, then, is the question too.
The issue is that with the government's formula, it creates a number of 164,880 homes, and that gives us sufficient housing to meet the needs of almost 400,000 people, which is the equivalent of 2 new boroughs in Greater Manchester. 2 new berries, basically, which have a population of 193,000. Now, if the population was to increase organically without any growth whatsoever, the population increase would be 158,000, according to the plan and the ONS figures. So that 400,000 figure already represents a massive growth over and above that organic population increase, if you like. And if we add then 20,000 homes on Greenbelt, and if the plan moves, because there are some homes on Greenbelt that are in later periods, that number increases. That 20,000 gives us an extra 50,000 people in the plan area. And that is excessive. You know, we're talking about growth of 186% over and above what's required by the organic population increase, if you like. And there's a number of issues around that, because one of the ladies down there picked up the infrastructure issues. 400,000 people, so that's without releasing Greenbelt, would require something like 220 schools, 178 extra GP surgeries, certainly 1 hospital, because we all know that, and we're not sure where the land supply is for all of these things, and who pays for them.
Okay, you're raising lots of questions, many of which we'll come back to, but the basic point is you think that there is evidence that suggests that the level of household growth, 164,880,
We-
is
we-
unduly high. It's not needed.
We think
The consequences.
that we think there's sufficient flexibility within the 164,000 figure to not need the release of Greenbelt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Well,
because you're already adding a population
Okay,
of
understood.
400,000 people,
Yeah, okay.
two new boroughs.
Yeah, thank you. Right. CPRE?
Yeah, thank you. A number of the points have been picked up by Marge Pounder just then. I think the history of Manchester, or Greater Manchester, is very important. As was said across the table earlier, previously there were moratoriums in terms of development of housing, and it is an important policy position for those local authorities why we are where we are. We had the North West Regional Spatial Strategy that had a proper approach to brownfield with brownfield targets. We had things like housing market renewal pathfinders and all sorts of other regeneration schemes that led to a lot of demolition. So it's an important backdrop to housing provision across the 9 authorities. And I think really, the examination panel here ought to have discretion to make sure Greater Manchester has a sound plan moving forward. And yes, it is a prescribed approach, having a standard method with 2014 figures, but we're a long way away from there now. We have Census 2021. It would be reasonable to update the figures using actual data, and also to bring some clarity, because it is true the government sets out the standard method. It was Kit Malthouse, the housing minister of the time, who said that local authorities it was discretionary whether they chose to pursue exceptional circumstance. Well, I'm not aware of any local authority that has successfully pursued exceptional circumstances and got it through an examination, a local plan found sound. And so there is no, there's no example of that having successfully happened, hence why Greater Manchester may be afraid to present a document that chooses a different approach. So we think the housing figures are excessive. We put together evidence for the draft Greater Manchester Spatial Framework showing that the figure was about 30,000 homes higher. Now, when we got the revised Places for Everyone document, that was obviously published in 2020, but then it was delayed because of Stockport's withdrawal. And then when it came back out in August 2021, it did almost have 30,000 less homes, but of course that was to do with a reduced planned period. So, not all of the flaws, I don't think, have been addressed. So I think it is important. CPRE definitely wants enough houses to be delivered, but it should be on the basis of need. And there does need to be a consideration of what demand is, because, as has been pointed out, the reality is Greater Manchester is a popular place for overseas investors. There's a yield of 8% a year, which is better than any bank account or stocks and shares. There's an awful lot of housing being provided, but it's not for homes, it's exclusive housing. An awful lot of it is being kept off the market by pension funds, by used as serviced apartments, Airbnbs, and we do have an affordable housing crisis. So anything that comes out of this plan really needs to be fine-tuned and effective for delivering houses that are needed and reusing. We'll get on to whether the supply should be brownfield or greenbelt, but Greater Manchester has a lot of brownfield and a lot of opportunities not to go into the greenbelt. And one thing you need to be aware of is, I don't think I've ever been involved in a local plan where there are so many people responded. I can't remember whether it was 27,000 responses, of which something like 97% were all objecting to greenbelt development, and that's a huge public opinion that ought to be taken on board. And I think largely GMCA officers have taken the responses on board, but I think there is still some way to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, you're moving on to issues we've got to come back to about whether, the Greenbelt release is justified, etc. But thank you for that. So unless there's any other points on this side of the table, I've got a choice. If I can either go over to this side of the table or I can see if you want to respond to some of the points that have been made now. Or
shall I just say a few points in response? Because
yeah, it's rather than having a growing list of.
Yeah, and I'll just get totally confused and get them all muddled up. So I'm assuming that the other side of the room will have a different point of view from those who have spoken on this side of the room. So on that basis, just a very few points very quickly indeed. I mean, a number of the issues that have been raised aren't actually about the 164881 or the 10,305 per annum. They're actually about the distribution of that overall number.
Which we'll come back to.
Which we're going to come back to. So I'm not going to say anything about that now because we're coming back to it. As for whether there are or aren't exceptional circumstances to rezone, it was, as it was said, the green belt. Again, that's a specific question which you've raised, which we're going to come to. So the only point I want to make at this stage is a point about the nature of the policy that the government sets and its guidance in relation to the standard methodology. It was said it's not set in stone, etc., etc., etc. I mean, basically, as you know, sir, and I'll just briefly make this point, the government recommends an approach. That's the approach we've adopted and followed. It does, as with any policy, allow, in inverted commas, an authority to depart from that standard approach if it thinks there are exceptional circumstances to do so, or in more colloquial terms, do you think there's a compelling reason for doing something different? We've given consideration to whether there is a compelling reason, exceptional circumstances to go lower, as the arguments we put on this side of the room will come to higher later, and we've decided not to do that for the various reasons which are explained in the papers that are in front of you. And we've ended up, therefore, with what we regard as an appropriate strategy. I mean, to put it in, you know, I like these colloquialisms, but we have, here's another one for you, we've adopted the safe haven of the standard methodology. And that's that.
Thank you. Right. I'll turn to the other side of the table and we'll take contributions. You all, I think, understand the context and, you know, what our role is and what the position of the GMC is. So, HBF.
Thank you very much, sir. As the councils for the Places of Everyone plan acknowledge, and that's set out in that latest statement, table SQ1.12C, table 7.1, an average of 7,370 net additions over the last 20 years. And of course that does reflect a period when there was a moratorium in place across large parts of the northwest of England that Chris Young, KC, referred to, and a period over the last 15 years across the Greater Manchester area where there has been very poor local plan production. And I think we're in a situation where out of the 10 Greater Manchester local authorities, we only have one which has an up-to-date local plan. I think that's Trafford, correct me if I'm wrong. Despite that, recent delivery in the last 3 years, 2019 to 20, 12,443 net additions, 2020 to 21, 11,598 net additions, 2021 to 22, according to the council's note, 10,939 net additions. So it's interesting in the last 2 years that the level of completions has exceeded the annual requirement now being proposed, even in a period of lockdown for COVID. Of course, there are uncertain headwinds, economic headwinds facing us, likelihood, very unfortunately, of a recession. But of course, that doesn't have really a bearing upon the assessment of housing need, as you know. The Places for Everyone councils meet spot on the standard method. They argue that that's an appropriate strategy. I wouldn't demur from that. It is an appropriate strategy. It's good that they're meeting the standard method. Disappointing, though, that there hasn't been a bit more ambition in the Places for Everyone plan. The relevant part of the PPG says that the standard method is the minimum starting point, and as you know, sirs and madam. It does then include 3 suggestions for why plan makers might want to go higher than that. One, of course, which is if there are growth strategies in place, including things like housing deals to facilitate additional housing growth. And of course, there was a housing deal offered by central government to the Greater Manchester Combined Authority in 2018, which did require in return for significant sums, millions of investment to facilitate brownfield regeneration, required the Greater Manchester area, the 10 local authorities, to deliver 227,000 homes or 12,375 dwellings per annum up to 2026. And the mayor rejected that housing deal because he was uncomfortable with the housing requirements of the government. Nevertheless, it's interesting to read in the Places for Everyone plan at paragraph 7.17 this statement. As part of Greater Manchester, we have been lobbying central government for many years to secure funding to enable it to achieve the common goal of delivering as many homes on brownfield land as possible and keeping to a minimum the need to release greenbelt land. Well, there was that offer from government to enable the Greater Manchester Combined Authority to do just that, but it was rejected. So the possibility of the Greater Manchester councils and the Places for Everyone councils embracing a higher requirement in order to attract investment from central government was rejected, which is, I think, an unfortunate signal, and it's very unlikely with the requirements in this plan that they will achieve such a similar housing deal. The other part of the PPG, of course, refers to where strategic infrastructure improvements are likely. And of course, we have the planned expansion of Manchester Airport and HS2, which would have thought their aim is to attract increased investment into Greater Manchester and to help attract and retain skilled working age households. You would have thought that was another reason to actually increase the housing requirement above the basic bare bones standard method requirement. On affordable housing, of course you can't force, as people have said, house builders to provide that, but there are nevertheless mechanisms which you can, through the plan, make that a priority. And that's one of the things we've recommended. We've recommended that I think the Places for Everyone plan needs some more ruthless prioritisation about what its expectations from house builders are. That could and should include affordable housing delivery. House builders are very prepared to provide affordable housing. The problem is when that's contending with various other public policy goals, and that becomes blurred. I think the priority should be affordable housing delivery, along with contributions to transport infrastructure. We've set out a case for how, in our statement, about how increasing the requirement could optimise the supply of affordable homes, assuming an average of 20% on every housing scheme, on the basis that the viability evidence supporting the Greater Manchester strategy indicates that that might be the feasible level at which you could set affordable housing contributions, and therefore you could get closer through that means of achieving the Places for Everyone plan target of 50,000 net additions, 50,000 affordable housing contributions over the life of the plan. My last point, sir, is just on older persons housing. I'm sorry if it wasn't clear in my statement. I wasn't implying that that is an additional calculation. It's a figure. The supply of housing for older people would fall within the overall housing requirement. It would be a subset of that, not an additional contribution to that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think, in a way, I think you're saying that you're accepting that it is an appropriate strategy for what they've done, but it's disappointing because there are various reasons they could have gone higher, to put it simply. Okay. Lichfields.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, for a considerable period of time, we've been promoting a higher figure dating back to 2014 when all this originally started. And I don't plan on changing course or direction now. We still think that a higher figure is appropriate.
And we understand that, there's a big report there. We've seen it, and we understand the figure. And I think you'll accept that we've reflected in our questions. We put the main points. So.
If I may just pick up a few very minor points though. First being in relation to the plan itself in its introductory sections at 1.36. It sets here that government has been very clear that deviating from the standard method can only be done in exceptional circumstances, and it continues that no exceptional circumstances have been identified in this plan, whereas actually that's a misleading statement, and it's not the case from what's actually in the PPG. It sets out that the standard method is the starting point. It doesn't set out anything in relation to needing exceptional circumstances to go above that. That's my first point. And I suppose on that theme, there's been 2 plans adopted in the Northwest this year. In Halton, the LHN for Halton being 265, and the policy that Halton decided to pursue and was adopted was 350 dwellings per annum. And similar situation in St Helens, LHN of 434, and the policy they sought to pursue was 486. So there's 2 close examples just to demonstrate that you can go above to pursue economic aspirations. On the previous delivery, I appreciate you picked up that point already, albeit I know Mr. Stevens also picked up there's now 4 years of information available, and it's consistently above the 10,305 figure. So it's over the last 4 years. My next point relates to the latest LHN figure. I appreciate when the plan was adopted, we were working on the 10,305 figure, whereas if the plan was adopted, if the plan was submitted today, it would actually be 10,658 dwellings. No, I'm not putting forward that that's the right figure. I'm just saying that the reason that's increased from the figure that was submitted was purely down to the affordability ratio uplift that's been applied to the base population. So again, it's a market signal just to showing the stress that's on the housing market of Greater Manchester. Mr. Stevens picked up a lot of my points in relation to the growth strategy, but there's just one additional point I wanted to pick up. In relation, bear with me. In relation to the alignment of employment growth and the housing figure. Paragraph 1.34 of the PFE sets out that the employment land identified in the plan and the housing figure are, and I quote, broadly correlates. And we also heard this morning from GMCA that there was, I think that the quote is, a lot of detail that underpins this when you asked if they considered economic growth and the relationship with the housing figure. However, we've reviewed all the Nickel Economics information, and we can't see anywhere where that has actually been published and released and demonstrates the link between employment growth and housing growth. So we don't contest either. We don't know how it broadly correlates when the evidence hasn't been produced or published. Just to review that point. I suppose the last point relates to the affordable housing need as well. I'm pretty sure some people have already picked up some elements of this. And rightly so, the GM SHMA April 21 sets out the affordable housing requirements 5,214, which is over 50% of the housing requirement for Greater Manchester area. And policy JPH2 sets out that there's a need to deliver 50,000 affordable dwellings, and that equates to 3,125 per annum. When you compare that to past delivery trends, since 2012-13, as set out in table 5.1 of the SHMA, past delivery has been 1,446 affordable dwellings per annum. So there's a step change required to go from 1,446 to 3,124. but there isn't a step change in the supply available. The supply is still a largely brownfield supply that's been available, with a few additional greenbelt sites factored in as well. So again, I don't see how this plan is going to create that step change to deliver that need as is required. And then, yeah, obviously to conclude that point, we'd obviously be pitching for the option 3 as set out in the growth strategy. We think that would be a more appropriate figure, and the distribution of that should be on LHN, each individual district meeting LHN, and in an uplift.
Well, we'll come on to the...
Yeah. Can I make just one further point in relation to the plan itself? It's at paragraph 7.19 of the plan, where they're talking about the housing requirements. Is the introductory text to the policy itself. And it's just it's a concern really in terms of the last 2 sentences set out that in the event of a surplus or a shortfall, it would be spread over the remainder of the plan period. But I'd contend, and then it continues by saying that any over delivery within the local authority, or it will not be accounted for in the 5-year supply. I think that that's almost overstepping the mark in terms of what this plan is trying to do.
You know, we've got a specific question about that when we look at policy JPH1.
Okay.
And that's about how the calculation of the 5-year supply. So thank you.
Yeah.
I think what you've outlined in terms of your analysis of the PPG factors that could justify or lead you to conclude a higher figure could be needed, you've done that very clearly. And you've said that would make it be an appropriate strategy, or even a more appropriate strategy. But are you saying that going with LHN is not an appropriate strategy?
I think there's circumstances here to justify an uplift on
that.
Okay,
thank you. Right. Emery.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Stevens has picked up the points that we've addressed in our statement about growth strategies, and also in relation to the link between economic growth and housing growth. I think I don't want to repeat what Mr. O'Connor said. Just in terms of affordable...
sorry, can I just ask you about that? Because you referred, haven't you, to this 0.8% job growth and the accelerated growth, just in very simple terms. And I think you've talked about job growth 14 to 19, 2.6% per year. Sorry, was that what you're going to come on to?
Well, in terms of the BRES data that we've referred to has indicated that actual jobs growth has been higher. So clearly we've queried, well, is the 0.8% figure actually justified and sufficiently optimistic? And we've also queried, well, what has the GMCA's evidence base on employment growth and economic forecasts uses a 2017 base date? Well, if the actual growth has been much higher since then, how does that affect the projections moving forward? And are we actually planning for less than 0.8% growth? So perhaps that's something that the GMCA can clarify.
Well, maybe that will come up this afternoon when we're talking about the justification for the industrial land requirements. Yep. But the basic point I think you're making is that if the 0.8% figure itself was achieved, but actually you think that's too low, the amount of household growth that would necessitate, you're saying, would be higher than what the plan is proposing.
Yeah, but I think in terms of that second point, what the plan does and what the evidence document, I think it's reference 05.0101, what that assumes to hit the jobs growth forecast is that basically the population will grow, but that the working age population won't grow. And then, so basically to meet the gap, there'll be a large increase in the economic activity of the currently the population that aren't economically active, and obviously so that's presently unemployed, full-time students, long-term sick, and retired groups and so on. So I suppose there's two questions: whether firstly that's realistic, and then secondly, does that will that actually fulfil the kind of jobs that the projections or the forecasts are assessing in terms of skilled jobs and so on?
Okay. I don't want to get bogged down in this because I think there are so many uncertainties about economic forecasts and about things like all the variables that you would have to factor in. I know you can make these kind of assumptions about activity rates and unemployment rates and working age population and commuter flows and all those sort of things. I understand the basic point, but is it not an issue that would become apparent in a few years' time when the plan's reviewed, that there seems to be some discrepancy? Or are you saying it can clearly be foreseen now, we ought to do something about it?
Well, I think based on the evidence, I think we would say that the assumptions are pessimistic in terms of jobs growth on the current evidence, and that they're over-optimistic in terms of the increase in economic activity rates. Clearly, I think that's always the case, isn't it? With the benefit of hindsight, we'll be able to see and then review as necessary.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And, well, same question to you. For the reasons you've outlined, you could go for a higher figure. Does that mean that the figure that they've gone for is not an appropriate strategy?
Well, I think, yeah, I would pin my colours to the mast and say it's not an appropriate strategy. And I also have regard to other factors in that. I was just going to touch briefly on affordable housing need as well. I know that it's already been touched upon, and the GMCA have outlined, you know, there's an annual need for over 5,000 affordable homes per annum. I just wanted to highlight that includes addressing the backlog, which is, you know, circa 30,000 households in current need. So those are people on waiting lists and in a reasonable preference, and the local authorities have accepted, yeah, you're currently in need of an affordable home and we need to do something about that. And we think that this plan should be doing something about that to address those needs as soon as possible. Now, obviously, I think the GMCA's response on this is, well, we've made a planning judgment, which is there's a need for greenbelt release to meet the standard method, but then anything above that, we think that's too much greenbelt release. We don't want to release more greenbelt to provide more affordable housing. And that's a planning judgment. Clearly, it's a planning judgment. I would say the wrong judgment has been made based on the evidence. I'd also point to, in terms of when you make that judgment, I don't think what the GMCA have provided to you is a full picture on, well, how we're going to meet those needs and what the supply of affordable housing will be from the current land supply. And what we do know is that the existing supply from the urban areas has historically delivered very low levels of affordable housing, and indeed the viability evidence with this plan suggests that that will continue moving forward. And indeed, a number of the sites which have been chosen for allocation, there are viability issues with several of those, such that they will deliver low levels of affordable housing and so on. So we say, really, there's an unmet need. You need to understand the scale of that need. We don't think it's an appropriate strategy. You've determined there are exceptional circumstances. There are very significant problems which are there now, real households in need now. So we think that the housing requirement should be uplifted.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. And also that issue about the backlog of affordable housing need and meeting it in the shorter term is going to be relevant when we come on in the future about when we talk about the phasing approach to the housing. Okay, right. Northern Gateway.
Thank you, sir. Just addressing this figure of 10,305 at a very high level. Paragraph 60 of the framework, of course, identifies that the government's objective is to significantly boost the supply of housing. And it does that essentially for three reasons. Firstly, so that there's a sufficient amount. Secondly, a sufficient variety, such that there's choice and competition in the market. And thirdly, so that the needs of groups with specific housing requirements are addressed. And paragraph 61, as we know, is tolerably clear that to determine then the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policy should be informed by local housing need. And it's unanswerable, sir, that this plan has been informed by a local housing need assessment conducted using the standard method. So then, just in terms of exceptional circumstances, what paragraph 61 says, and this is directed to those who would seek to reduce the figure, unless exceptional circumstances justify an alternative approach which also reflects current and future demographic trends and market signals. And so the whole purpose of the local housing need and standard method was to avoid discussions really about current and future demographic trends, and I for one was delighted when it came out, as it meant that I had to spend less time cross-examining demographers on such trends. I'm not going to address you on that, but it's this idea then of market signals. Do those who seek a lower figure, what that means in terms of market signals? Because my understanding is that the 10,305 figure includes an uplift of 1,164 dwellings per annum, specifically to address affordability signals. And there's also then an uplift of 914 dwellings per annum for an uplift for Manchester city centre. And so within that figure, the need for affordable homes is 5,214. So, sir, I would simply make the point that if you seek to reduce that figure of 10,305, you are not making out your exceptional circumstances because you are not responding to the clear market signals. And the plan itself sets out in terms at paragraph 7.4 that if you fail to deliver sufficient homes in accordance with the standard method, the issue of affordability will arise, and a clear link is set out in terms of homelessness amongst younger forming households whose needs will not then be met. Accordingly, sir, our position is tolerably clear and respectfully reflects that of Mr. Katkowski, that a plan which complies with the local housing need is respectfully unanswerably an appropriate strategy. And even if, which they haven't, objectors demonstrate exceptional circumstances, that still doesn't mean that this is an inappropriate strategy. Accordingly, the plan is sound within the terms of paragraph 35.
Thank you. And I can't see the name on the next end plate. Could you turn the microphone on? Savills, is it?
Yes, Savills. Thank you, sir. My colleagues here have made most of the points that we'd wish to cover off, so I'll keep it brief. We just want to add that the introduction to the PFE makes clear at paragraph 2.25 that the location of Manchester is key in terms of its contribution to delivering on the Northern Powerhouse. And it concludes by saying it's important to deliver relatively high levels of growth across the plan area for the wider benefits of the North. Now, as we discussed this morning, the OAN is a floor figure, and it just doesn't seem like the most appropriate
Flawed
strategy.
figure or floor
A
figure?
floor.
A minimum
Sorry,
figure?
A minimum, a floor. It just doesn't seem to tie well to the purpose of the PFE as stated at 2.25 to then be taking that as the basis.
Okay, thank you. Right. There's some more contributions from this side.
Are we uppers or downers of these people, sorry? Because have we had all the go up people now or not?
Well, yes, I think so. So do you want to deal with...
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
but
fine.
I mean,
before I come back and invite some
see
final
who
contributions.
else has got their...
But I do want to, wrap things up in about 20 minutes. So.
Well, in that case, if you'd rather I waited, then that's fine.
I'll take. I mean, we've had contributions from this side, but we'll give everyone a very brief second contribution, and just a chance to come back and respond to things that you've heard, and then you just wrap it all up. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, Mr. Grundy, MP.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak briefly to comments made both about affordable housing and I think the point about the lack of household formation. I think effectively, and Councillor Garrido, I think, made the point very well earlier on, that we talk about affordable housing as though it's some kind of interchangeable supply across Greater Manchester, but an affordable house in Worsley will be something that I, with my wage as an MP, would not be able to afford. Equally, affordable housing in boroughs like Wigan will be remarkably cheap. If I recall correctly, the target for Wigan Borough was 1,000 houses a year. Wigan set an affordable housing target of 25%. However, land prices are such within the borough that the way developers then delivered that affordable housing is to build the maisonette flats I was talking about earlier on. The issue with this is that it does not actually reduce the demand for affordable housing, because the demand for affordable housing in boroughs like mine are mainly taken up in two ways. There are young families seeking to get their first family home, for whom a maisonette flat is inappropriate. And there are older people, whether widows, widowers, older couples in 3 and 4 bedroom properties that are trying to downsize. So what you end up doing is, you end up sort of pushing this housing target higher to get this affordable housing. The target is then set so high that land values cannot accommodate that in boroughs like mine without building types that people don't want. And what you will find in some of the new developments in my constituency, if you go and look at these maisonette flats, is that actually people are sometimes from other parts of Greater Manchester who've been shuffled into them, or sometimes from inner city Liverpool, St Helens, places like that. So you've got people moving in from outside the area, and then we look at this demand for affordable housing, and it hasn't gone down. So because effectively we have not built the right housing types to accommodate the need for affordable housing that the demands have. And those demands are different borough to borough. And I do think that we're getting this push from this side to, more affordable housing. Well, you'll find the next round of inquiries, whoever is the inspector next time is, they're making the exact same argument, because the push for more affordable housing actually creates this disincentive to provide the types that people want, because they push up the numbers, they provide a housing type that people do not want. That is why I think you're getting the lack of new household formation, because people are simply moving out of less desirable maisonette flats and leaving the old ones empty. And people aren't able to either downsize from 3-4 bedroom properties as pensioners to either sheltered housing or bungalows. And young families are still facing problems getting that first family home. I've spoken for some time, I apologise.
No, it's okay. Understood. I've got the point, and how that relates to the housing requirement, not quite sure, but I think you're saying it's more important about the types of affordable housing provision than the numbers game.
Yeah. I'm saying effectively it artificially inflates the numbers, but doesn't actually reduce the demand. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Got that. Right. Councillor Greedo, briefly, please.
Just very briefly. I'm afraid I didn't catch the gentleman's name. I didn't catch the gentleman's name over there, but he started off by referring to the backlog of 30,000. I really do need to highlight the fact that this is probably a totally inaccurate figure and is not being backed up by any particular evidence. What you have, in fact, with a housing waiting list is a series of preferences. So there are different categories within that housing list. Some people who may desperately need a house, and that's obviously the most important part of it, and others, in fact, that want to move for other reasons. And in fact, some of those have just been pointed out by Mr. Grundy. So I think it's important, in fact, just to attach a little proviso to that 30,000 figure, that it's probably not actually anywhere near 30,000 of those people that do actually need an affordable house. I think it's also important to recognise that we've referred a lot today to affordable housing rather than maybe social housing. And I think there is a distinction there between the two. Social housing is the type of housing at the very lowest end of the rental for those properties that people who are in desperate circumstances can actually afford, rather than affordable housing, which tends to be more in line with people's income. So I think we do need to make a distinction there, but really very keen, in fact, that 30,000 isn't taken as a fact. Can I also add, in fact, that the developers, in fact, talk about the need for affordable housing and the numbers that are required. And yet, when you actually look at the history and the evidence, then in fact they very rarely build anywhere near the number of affordable housing that they say is required.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Next is Gillian Boyle.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. Again, it's on the subject of affordable housing.
Well, we are going to come back to affordable housing.
Yeah,
Just how it relates to the overall housing requirements.
It does, yes. I think we just have to disassociate to some extent the solutions for affordable housing to, you know, just let's have a load more land released and that's going to help with affordable housing. We don't build enough affordable housing, and it's a problem. It's going to be a problem if you have, you know, an allocation of 20,000, 200,000, because we don't build social housing anymore. You know, councils used to build 100,000 houses or more a year. Housing associations haven't made up that gap. So that's one problem, and that's a political decision for the government and local councils. Some authorities have also been more successful in securing affordable housing from Section 106 agreements, and you know, some large authorities have been really remiss on this in the last few years. But if you really want to tackle affordable housing, you have to build more social housing. You have to look at local authorities securing Section 106 agreements, and also you have to look at financial measures. There's lots of how. Take, for instance, Manchester has actually had very high completion rates in the last few years, but very little of it has been affordable. And as somebody's already said, it's been for investors. So housing has become an asset, really, an investment asset. And I've heard this, you know, referred to in meetings I've attended in previous years. You know, we have to move back to a situation where houses are homes, and there's been a lot of financial investment. So, you know, changes that the Chancellor could make maybe to how, you know, overall macroeconomic policy is likely to do more to support the delivery of affordable housing. Just one other matter as well in terms of the types of housing that people who need social housing or what's more broadly classed as affordable, you know, will need it now. They also need it in locations that are readily available, near to public transport, you know, specialised groups, disabled groups, older people who want to retire, people on low incomes, young families. These locations are going to be within urban areas, close to family, close to facilities, not on some, you know, far-flung greenbelt site where the housing's probably going to be delivered by a private house, but it's going to be too expensive anyway. So we have to separate, you know, the supply. You could allocate another, you know, 10 sites in the Greenbelt, which I'm not proposing. It's not going to do anything to assist affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. You touched on some things there that are clearly beyond our remit about government policy and etc., which we do have to work with in national policy relating to definitions of affordable housing and how it can be provided through the planning system. So that's something we do have to work with. A couple more second contributions from Save Manchester Greenbelt and CPRE. So,
okay, just very quickly, paragraph 71 of MPPF confirms it's acceptable to include windfall sites. And I know the lady to my right did mention windfall, but can I ask a question through you, sir, whether that does include large and medium windfall sites, because otherwise the SLAs are also underestimated, and therefore they would actually demonstrate, inclusion of windfall sites would demonstrate even greater land supply in urban areas.
okay, well, we'll deal with that when we pick up the land supply issues rather than the requirement side of the occasion, if we could. Okay. But yeah, it is an issue that we can raise then. Excuse me, CPRE.
Yeah, it's just 3 points. One is reference to MPPF 31, which talks about use of up-to-date data when progressing plans. So therefore, again, use of census 2021. The second point is about scrutiny of the evidence to understand where are all the people supposed to come to live in all of the houses. I mentioned before about need being different to developer demand, and it's unclear where all areas are simultaneously going for growth at the same time, how the houses could possibly be filled if the government doesn't change its immigration policies. And the third, and it's a genuine one, of understanding the consequence of when you saddle a too high figure the consequence is harm to our environment, because the way the housing delivery test works, and it is a stringent test applied annually and used as a vehicle to win non-allocated sites on appeal, you get more land loss for development. And when I mean, you know, not previously developed land, so all of the harms you get if a local authority, unsurprisingly, can't achieve its test because the figures are impossibly high. And we're seeing that across the piece. The geography I include is wider than Greater Manchester, and it's all a too familiar picture that housing delivery test is increasing or accelerating the rate at countryside loss.
Yep, understood. Right. Two very quick final comments from Emery and HBF, then I'll come back to the GMCA.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to clarify very briefly in relation to the point that was made about affordable housing need. Just to refer you, sir, to paragraph 5.29 of the Strategic Housing Market Assessment, and that's document 060102. So that explains that each authority holds a housing register, and then of that register, households can be placed into reasonable preference, and it says that they can be awarded to people who are homeless, living in overcrowded households, or need to move on medical or welfare grounds. And then the subsequent table on paragraph 5.31 explains basically there are 78,000 plus households on the registers, and there are 30,000 in reasonable preference, and then I've deducted the Stockport figures, which is how I get to the 28,000 figure in my hearing statement. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware that the SHMAR, the Strategic Housing Market Assessment, is the evidence for the affordable housing figure, and we're going to come back to the affordable housing and the evidence for it and what it means in terms of meeting needs at a later date. So, and finally, Mr. Stevens.
Emery Planning made the point I was going to make, sir, but you might also want to refer to paragraph 7.23 of the Places for Everyone plan, which establishes that need of those with a reasonable preference.
Thank you. Right. Okay, quite a few things have been raised that we are going to come back to, and I don't necessarily need you to go through all of them, but going back to the basic points about what things you've heard and how it relates to the figure.
Yes, I mean, I'd summarise it in this way. Can you imagine typing that sentence in your report that says using the standard method is not an appropriate strategy? I mean, really, just think about it for a moment. And I think with respect, the position is very, very straightforward indeed. Both the framework and the PPG, both in terms, say that if you want to depart from the standard method, you should have exceptional circumstances to do so. The references are framework paragraph 61 and the PPG 2A-003. Even if there were not such references, as the standard method is a matter of government policy, the law would tell you that it's to be followed unless there is a reason to depart from it, a good reason to depart from it. In other words, every policy must allow you to make exceptions to it. We've considered whether there are exceptional circumstances. We don't think there are, not least because of the consequences, particularly of going higher on the one hand in terms of the number, or going lower on the other hand. But the point that was made by my learned friend Mr. Cannock for the Northern Gateway delivery vehicle is, if I might say, a very, very good point, which is that even if someone's made a jolly good case for going higher or going lower, that doesn't actually mean that sticking with the standard method is not an appropriate strategy. It just means there are various different judgment calls made around the table by various different people. Some who would be writing this plan would have a much lower figure, some writing this plan would have a much higher figure. But sticking with the standard method doesn't, because of either of those reasons, become something which can't be described as an appropriate strategy. It's very, very straightforward. And I wonder whether I can just leave the affordable housing point in this way. I mean, it's been raised and played in various diametrically opposed ways around the table as to its impact on, positive, negative or otherwise, on the figure that we're talking about in this session. And can I just give you a reference to our explanation of this point? And I just want to make sure I've got the topic paper number correct. So it's 06.01.03. Yeah, 06.01.03. And it's at paragraphs 3.17 to 3.26 inclusive. I'm very happy to have the point explained to you orally, but if you're happy with the reference, to be honest, the explanation would simply be taking you through what's written in those paragraphs. But that's what we would ask you to look at if you want to understand how we have grappled with, if you like, these affordable housing numbers that have been bandied around the table for various different purposes. So are you content just with the reference?
Yeah, that's fine. And if we've got any queries about that, we can pick them up in various ways, but one of which would be come back to it in the affordable housing section.
Exactly, absolutely. So that's what I wanted to say, because otherwise I'd just be going around in circles, and I've probably done enough of that anyway. But there you are, sir.
Okay, well, thank you all. We've spent under 2 hours talking about the housing requirement figure in the plan, which maybe does suggest that the standard method has narrowed down the scope of the discussion somewhat. But, it is important still to understand, what that means from different perspectives and what it means in terms of judgments that have to be made about the effects of having higher and lower figures, and what it means in real terms. People are bringing examples of specific places and what it actually means in terms of how needs are being met or not being met. So it is important in that sense. So I think we've covered the housing requirement issue this morning. So thank you all for your contributions on that. We will now break until 2 o'clock. And on that, we will be going on to what the plan proposes or identifies as being the requirements, quantified requirements for industrial warehouse and office developments. Some of you, you're all, I think it's one session, you're all invited to participate this afternoon. If any of you wish to leave because you're more or only interested in the housing side, you're welcome to leave if you wish. So it's up to you. And there may be a few other people coming, I'm not quite sure, because of their interest being in the afternoon one. So anyway, thank you again. We'll break now and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so time to resume. Can everybody hear me? Okay? Good, good. Thank you. I'm not going to go through, it's a continuation of the previous session, so I'm not going to go through the full opening. Everyone who was here this morning will be pleased to hear, but just as a means of introduction, for those who haven't seen me before, I'm Stephen Lee, and I'm one of the 3 inspectors appointed to jointly carry out the examination into the Places for Everyone joint plan, along with Louise Gibbons and William Fieldhouse. I will just go through normal housekeeping matters in terms of mobile phones, laptops and other devices switched to silent mode. Water is provided and will be replenished during adjournments, which will become standard not to bring in hot food or drink into the room. I don't think anybody has so far. Toilets are located in the reception area, but again, should be fairly familiar to everyone who is here this morning. Still assuming no fire alarms planned for this afternoon, and so as per advice this morning, we leave through that door over to the right, over to my right. And Helen is around, Programme Officer, if anybody has any needs any assistance. This afternoon's session is talking primarily about the employment land requirements or employment floor space requirements as they set out in the plan. Before I start, I'm not going to go, I'm going to assume that everyone remembers who everyone is this morning, but I believe we've had at least one new attendee, Eden Planning, I believe. So maybe if you could just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Kingan of Iceni Projects on behalf of Eden Planning and Moorland Capital.
And sir, I'm David Manley, KC. I'm also representing Moorland.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who's arrived this afternoon? I think we've had a hot desk, Mr. Litch from Lichfields.
Yes, I switched with my colleague Brian O'Connor. Just to confirm again, my name's Colin Robinson from Lichfields. I'm here today on behalf of Russell LDP, and I've got development interests on land to the south of the existing Stakehill Industrial Estate, and obviously that forms part of the emerging Stakehill allocation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure the newcomers will pick up who everybody is as we go on. Are there any procedural issues or anything from GMCA before we start?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right, so this afternoon, a relatively straightforward question in theory to discuss is whether the employment land requirements in the plan are sound. As with housing, we have those here who consider the requirements are too high, some too low, and some who think they're about right. Mainly the council, I think.
Let's hope so, sir, anyway.
Well, hopefully the council, yeah. As with housing, although the discussion did wander into other territory, today is not necessarily about discussing the employment land supply, or individual allocations, or distribution of employment land sites. That will all be picked up in subsequent hearing sessions. What I'm focused on today are the headline requirement figures set out in JPJ 3 and 4, which are, I think I'm right in saying, hopefully, 1.9 million square metres of office floor space and 3.33 million square metres of industrial and warehousing floor space. Unlike housing, there is no standard methodology for employment land. So with this in mind, I want to focus on whether the council's approach is considered reasonable and robust, and the outcomes similarly reasonable and robust. The agenda splits the industrial and warehousing and the office into two, but given a lot of the issues are pretty much the same in terms of approach, I think I'll we'll roll those in together and draw out any differences that are important as and when they're necessary. Everyone okay with that? Yeah. Good. So, starting with some principles. As I say, there is no standard methodology, but the PPG, particularly in relation to paragraphs 26 to 32 of the Housing Needs Assessment chapter, does set out some guidance on assessing the future employment land needs. These paragraphs include, but I'm sure the council is quite familiar with the guidance, but just a summary that includes the consideration of recent patterns of employment land, supply and loss, evidence of market need, wider market signals, evidence of market failure and so on. There's other things besides, but you'll be aware of that. And then in terms of logistics, as well as reiterating some of the previous guidance, it also refers to engagements with logistic providers, local enterprise partnerships and so on. Now, my understanding of the council's approach for the plan for Places for Everyone plan, and we talked a little bit yesterday about how that approach changed over time, is that the figures are based on a start of a trend-based assessment, looking back to 2004-05, and then to apply various a margin and then a buffer. The logic behind we shall no doubt come on to. But as a matter of principle, I want to start just by setting the context, so a matter of principle, to what extent is the council satisfied that the approach you've taken to determine the requirements accords with the national guidance that I've described in those paragraphs? In particular, how things like market signals and evidence demand are fed into the assessment. And obviously, if you want to provide any context of what went before to help that discussion, that's fine.
Fine. So in relation to the specific point, I'll pass that down to my left in a few moments' time, but just to set the scene very briefly. And again, so as you've rightly said, there isn't a standard methodology which in effect advises us as to how one should do this, and so there are judgment calls involved. The methodology that we've employed is summarised, and I emphasise the word summarised, in our paper M2.1, and obviously because the questions were asked individually about industry and warehousing and offices, you find a tranche of a summary under each in answer to each of those questions. And you would have seen that I'm sure that the answers we've given have a series of hyperlinks to the various documents which then provide the detail to explain the methodology that we've used in each case, industry and warehousing on the one hand and offices on the other. And just to pick up a point which I laboured, no pun intended in this afternoon's context, but which I laboured this morning, and I'm going to labour again this afternoon, and that is that one needs to consider the explanation that we've given, which is summarised in the paper I've referred to, but the detail is set out in the papers which are hyperlinked in our summary answers, is to consider the methodology that we've used and ask oneself whether that's an appropriate strategy, taking into account the regional alternatives based on proportionate evidence. So I think probably every part of the definition of justified in paragraph 35 is worthy of emphasis when one comes to consider this. And so it's certainly our position that we have taken on board the advice in the PPG. We've considered what would be an appropriate methodology to employ. We've explained that methodology. Doubtless there are all sorts of other ways which we're going to hear about around the table this afternoon as to how we could have, or some would say should have gone about it. All very interesting, but can it really be said that what we've done doesn't constitute an appropriate strategy as opposed to someone else's preferred approach to dealing with the issue? So it's a bit of a reprise of some of the points I made earlier on today. Now, so you did ask a particular point related to market signals, if I recall.
Well, I think I'm just going through some of the things that the PPG sets out. That's one of the highlighted ones, and also one I think it's fair to say that the parts of the room have suggested is omitted.
So would you like us to say something about market signals now? In which case I shall pass to someone who knows what they're talking about. So if you could introduce yourself first, or new to the examination.
Claire Davison from Oldham Council.
Thank you.
In relation to market signals, paragraph 27 of the planning practice guidance.
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear about it.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe just a little bit closer. I don't know if anybody
You've
else.
got quite a loud voice as well. There we go. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So paragraph 27 of the planning practice guidance sets out different market signals that can be used. One of which is the past take-up rates, which is obviously the methodology that we've taken forward. Another was the employment forecasts, which we did look at in the GMSF 2020, and that came to broadly similar conclusions to the past take-up rates. In addition, discussions were held, I believe, with Midas, which is sort of a Manchester investment development team, who also fed into the process going forward. So it's our belief that we have taken on board market signals and that they weren't omitted from the methodology.
But mainly because of take-up rates. So you considered them?
Yes.
And then resolved that the most appropriate approach from all the information you got was to start with the take-up rates? That's correct, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And and no doubt there'll be people who want to question that. And as I say, I understand that that base figure for both office and industry and warehousing was then uplifted. I probably will come on to that. But if we just talk about basic principles and again things which have been highlighted to me as both things which the requirement should have taken into account and perhaps hasn't, or the argument are things like, so you've got your market signals, part of which is take-up rates, but then other aspects of the overall guidance in the PPG does talk about things like economic strategies and so on. So again, it's been put to us that the requirement figure doesn't, if you like, reflect things like Northern Powerhouse, HS2, Manchester Airport expansion, those kinds of things. Again, in a similar way as to what was actually, I mean, it's not a dissimilar argument, it's what was raised in terms of housing, in a way. So again, how was did you need to take those things into account, or does the requirement end up taking those into account anyway?
I think the explanation in the Nichols paper, which is 050102, sets out in paragraphs 1.19 to 1.24 the rationale behind the buffer that was implemented. And the buffer takes account of things like giving a choice of sites to facilitate competition, flexibility to allow for any delays in sites coming forward, and a number of other factors that I think takes into account what you were saying.
So as far as you're concerned, the buffer, if you like, is the catch-all for all of those things which may have an effect, additional effect on the requirement or need going forward. The buffer, if you like, is that's the way that you've incorporated those factors. Is that fair conclusion to your positioning? And so, just again, talking big broad principles here, we'll probably drill down to some detail and then come back out again. The office, and as far as you're concerned, the requirement figure that process has resulted in, is that consistent with the Greater Manchester wider economic objectives and growth strategies? Because again, it's been suggested that there's a mismatch there between, and that these figures won't actually deliver what you're seeking to, and therefore should be higher to deliver what you're seeking to deliver.
What we've come up with, we believe, positively encourages a clear strategy, which positively encourages sustainable growth and identifies strategic sites for new investment opportunities based on the spatial strategy. We believe, given the margin for flexibility that has been embedded into the requirement, it is considered to be able to accommodate needs not anticipated within the plan and is also responsive to the changes in the economic circumstances.
So again, it's the
answer's yes.
It's the buffer.
Yes.
It's the
Yes.
But it's the buffer that that gives you that comfort, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The other factor that I think keeps coming through discussions, both in housing and employment, is about the potential suppression of employment land delivery through lack of supply or lack of high quality supply, and whether or not the trend-based approach that you've used to at least get the starting point, the trend-based approach, will have the suppressed supply that's happened will have artificially lowered, for want of a better word, the overall requirement.
We're going to be back to the same point, aren't we, to be frank, because we haven't just looked at the past trend and said, well, you know, therefore it was X per year over the last, you know, X number of years, and that's what we're projecting forward. There have been adjustments made, including the flexibility allowance, I suspect, or buffer, if that's what we want to call it, but, you know, an allowance for flexibility. So I think all roads probably lead back to that, to be honest, you know. Well, there are the lengthy papers about it, but it's a fairly simple structure, really.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. I won't. We can assume that the say the flexibility allowance buffer, whatever you want to call it, is the I've already said use the phrase catch-all. So
yes, it's our answer to these to a whole host of points, frankly. Yeah.
Okay. You talked about engagement with Midas. About engagement with other, again, the PPG talks about engagement with other developers or operators and so on, about what form that took, and how did that feed into the overall requirement figure?
Just looking along the table to see who's going to best be able to help you on that.
Hello, Claire Taylor-Russell. We engaged with the LEP and they were supportive of the approach that we've taken. So they were the main ones, together with Midas.
And in terms of the the operational side of things, so as far as you're concerned, the LEP, if you like, represents that interest.
Yeah, and across Greater Manchester, yeah, and obviously this is the 9 districts, but yes, I mean the LEP covers they are very representative, and obviously at consultation stages engaging with other interested parties as well.
So people have had the opportunity.
Yes, I feel people have had. We've engaged with people in the industry as such, and also wider through consultation.
Okay, thank you. So, you've touched on it yesterday, you've touched on it today about why you preferred the use of Trend Plus to information used previously, and you talked about the fact it was very similar. Perhaps just for my benefit and the benefit of the room, you said perhaps we just explain a little bit more about why you plumped for the trend-based plus approach.
Well, this is because the 10 became 9, frankly. That's, right. But it's the availability of data. The data wasn't, we couldn't discriminate down in the data to take account of the fact of that Stockport had left the fold. So of the 2 methods that have been used in the past, only one could be taken forward once Stockport had left. I think that's right. Good. Thank heavens I've got that right. Makes a change. So that it's a very simple point again. Could we move forward on the basis of both approaches? No, we couldn't, because there wasn't sufficiently accurate data or a data set that we could use once Stockport went.
But again, content that it doesn't result in a unrobust overall requirement figure or any kind of impact on need.
Yeah, and I would come back to my stock standard answer, which is, to be honest, not a bad point to keep making. It's an appropriate strategy.
Okay. We need a stamp. Okay. Now, I think at least one person sitting in the room today, I think Emery, have said specifically that trend-based data, as far as you're concerned, is not a robust approach. Am I reflecting your comments fairly? Yeah. Is there anything in national policy or guidance that suggests that you shouldn't be using trend-based data as a means of establishing a requirement figure?
No, there isn't. You search in vain for that, and if there were, then we wouldn't be here doing it, would we? So, no, there isn't, and one has to. I think one has to, somewhere online, get real about some of this. To be quite frank, And it's a perfectly acceptable way of looking at these issues once you then build in all the flexibility that we have with our allowance. So I think a lot of this is, if you ask 10 different consultants or 10 different officers and consultants how to go about assessing things, you'd probably come up with 10 different answers, and they might all be perfectly good answers. It doesn't mean that any of them is a bad way of doing things.
True, thank you. Okay. And okay, right. So I might just pause there, because I do want to get into things like the time period of the trend-based data, or the buffer and all that. Just again pick up things. But if there's any, we've talked about the principle there. So if anybody in the room wants to talk about in principle issues about how they've gone about it, trend plus the buffer. In principle, we'll talk about the size of the buffer and everything else. Just a bit later, but I want to pick up some of those points before we go too far into it and forget. So I'm taking that everyone's happy. Councillor Harris?
Thank you. I'm just trying to make head or tail of this, because basically what we're saying, please correct me if I'm wrong, we are here to decide whether, or at least how robust the council's reasoning is. I mean, we've just been told that 10 different people would have 10 different answers, and it really seems to be hit and miss is an understatement. You actually said that you have engaged with people in the industry, fair enough, but what you haven't said, what did they say? Did they give a commitment? I mean, engage with people in industry. I'm not quite sure, okay, carry on and tell us what they actually said. I mean, and you're also increasing it with a buffer. I mean, I can see what you're saying, but what I am saying, and I am a local councillor, I make no apologies for that, I represent my residents who live in the areas. One of the things that we've not discussed, which maybe you say is not within the remit of this committee, is our carbon footprint. What we're going to do about that with all this industry and the impact that it will have on people's life. I do get the fact that we certainly need employment, but I don't really think we've managed to establish how robust the council's reasoning is in coming up with these figures. And I really think that people would like to know, yes, engage with industry, but what did they say? Oh, yes, we definitely need so many square meters, hectares, whatever, of industrial warehousing offices. I think you've asked a question, but you haven't put any further details with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll stay this side of the room, CPRE. Oh, sorry. We'll come down then, although I think CPRE will in first.
You've mentioned the word trend data again. Now, obviously, looking at historical information does give you a slight idea of how to move forward based on what's happened in the past. Now, unfortunately, I know we've spoke that the numbers will be taken into more consideration, but without putting the numbers forward in a fundamental argument, we can't get an overall picture of why this is right or wrong. So if you were to look at historical trend data, for instance, for a district which is Bury, then it's clear to see over the last 20 years, everybody's looking over the last 20 years, so have we, over the last 20 years, every year on year, Bury lost 4.88 hectares of employment space. So that would be a factory, a mill, a large warehouse closing down, an industrial estate going down. That would turn into a windfall to then be used for housing within the borough. They only ever created, every single year, 2.64 hectares of new employment land. Now, they did their own assessment in 2014. This is my council, Bury Council, did an assessment on employment land going forward over a 15-year period, just before, obviously, the spatial framework emerged in 2014. Their own assessment, even if employment growth was at what they say the top end, they would get near to 39 hectares over a 15-year plan. Same as I did earlier in this morning's session, where I made the statement to say if the numbers were slightly out, that was workable. Now, the Places for Everyone plan currently puts forward 310 hectares in Bury for employment land, And every time I've approached the council for some robust evidence of what is driving this dramatic increase, I've not been given any information that supports that amount of land release. So, like I say, just to make the point, we're not talking 10 hectares, 5 hectares or 1,000 homes or 100 homes difference. We're a country mile out on the actual way the plan's been formulated. So that's my point.
Thank you. But you've been able to, obviously, the Nichols date, in terms of the 1.9 million and the 3.33 million, you've been able to see whether you agree with it or not, but you've been able to work through the maths of that, presumably.
The point I was putting forward, these 9 districts left in the plan, and obviously under the umbrella of, say, Greater Manchester's Greenbelt, we tend to have somebody here representing each area. Obviously, there'll be more to come on this from the umbrella group, but I do think it's extremely important that you take into consideration, where appropriate, and there is time to do so, the districts that make it up as an overall. Yeah. So, like I say, I just think that there's been a little bit of a finger in the air with regards to the 1.9 million and obviously the 3.3 million that you want to bring forward. So I'd like to see some more robust evidence to support why that amount of land needs to be released.
As we talked about a lot about this morning, there's obviously a lot of discussion to go on about a lot of things. And it is quite, I can appreciate that we're just talking about a narrow thing today and it looks like we're not dealing with other things, but we are. Obviously, in the fullness of time, all of these points will be able to be discussed, and trust us that we're obviously mindful of all of these different strands to bring together. It's useful you made the point now, but we are focusing on one particular issue today, but it's a point I've made, a point we've noted. It won't get lost.
No, I've just wanted, I said, there's a lot of cross-pollination as well between, you can't be specific with a set of questions. I know the ground needs to be covered, but in order to make any statement in this room substantial, it needs surrounding evidence provided with it. I can't just I can't just say yes or no to a question without actually putting some supporting evidence.
And it's useful that you've given an example.
Yeah, so I've given you an example to work with, and it clearly demonstrates that, like I said, that the figures are a country mile out.
Yeah. Thank you. CPRE.
Yeah, hi. Without wanting to repeat everything in the statement we submitted, at the earlier draft version of the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, we submitted a high-level economic appraisal, which basically identified, that was done by Independent Economics, who basically said that the employment forecasts were on the high side, and there was a difficulty in understanding where Oxford Econometrics got their data from. So a lack of clarity as to why so high. And obviously, it's fair to say nobody envisaged recent events and the uncertainty that we have in terms of our economy, not just because of pandemic and Brexit, but it's unlikely that that's going to resolve itself in the short term. And there are genuine issues. I've provided a graph of the level of vacancies compared to the number of job vacancies and the actual number of economically active people able to fill those jobs due to people returning to Europe. Those are genuine issues that need to be picked up at this point. And the final point from CPRE was just recognising that the rural economy has a role to play and ensuring that Greater Manchester has a diverse economic base and that there are rural jobs built into the employment base in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And without 31% is a very large buffer.
You get. Maybe I shouldn't have paused. Maybe I should have carried on. I'm conscious of having too many questions. Then people forget where we are. But then, of course, there are questions about the size of the buffer. Mary Walsh.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to follow on from what the CPRE is saying, that manufacturing base, we have none. They're talking in terms of warehousing and office space. They're service-based industries. We need some manufacturing base as well. And we also need countryside for the farming. We need more land for food production. In Bury, there's several rural parts where farming is carried out. And we need these. So it's following on from the CPRE about the rural economics as well. We have to make sure that these are inbuilt in the employment.
Thank you. Thank you. Gillian Boyle, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, I've got no real issue with the use of the past trends data as per the nickel report, although as in my submission, I think it's possibly a little bit on the high side. It's generally, I think, the most reasonable assessment on which to base employment space. However, the thing that I think is missing from this plan, and it goes through with the housing as well, particularly on the employment side, the allocations talk about square metres of space, but the allocations, of course, you know, are proposing to release hectares of land. Now, if let's accept the nickel figure of 3.3 million over the planned period, what does that actually relate to in land release? Now, let's go with a very low site coverage of, say, a third. Now, that's not it's not a very sustainable way of developing, because, you know, modern industrial sites, you might expect to have, you know, 40-45% coverage. So that means that 3.3 million square feet of space would require around about 1,000 hectares of land. That's brownfield and greenfield. So that's the existing supply that's already been identified from the SLARs and the local authorities. And I've got one other minor point I want to comment on that. So you've got a question then why the plan is then proposing, well, my assessment, going through all the different allocations, add them up and so on, together with a sort of very conservative estimate of existing supply, something like 3,800 hectares of land, which is about 4 times as much as what is proposed in the nickel. And that's assuming, you know, that we develop in the same way. We don't, you know, we might want to intensify development to make it more sustainable, and lots of long-term trends. So that's one point I wanted to make. And the other one is about the existing supply of land, which I think on the table is it 1.9, I can't remember, square metres of space, most of which is on brownfield. Now, going back to the employment land studies, and I know I went through an Excel spreadsheet and tried to identify, you know, where these sites were, looked at the hectareage of some of these. And the sites I'm most familiar with, you know, tend to be in Manchester, but, you know, I've got reasonable knowledge of most of the sites in Greater Manchester. But there are some omissions of sites. I'm thinking, why is that site not on here? I know it's a brownfield site and it's actually under development at the moment, and that site's not on there. And there's 2 that come to mind in Manchester. I'm thinking those sites could accommodate about 100,000 square metres of space. So I think the existing supply is an underestimate. There's 2 sites, and maybe this is a question for Manchester, a Central Park and Grimshaw Lane. Grimshaw Lane's under development at the moment by Canmore Developments, or is about to start development. It's certainly got full planning permission. And, you know, they might appear somewhere else, but, you know, I've looked and looked and looked, and I can't find any reference to that. Now, that's one borough, and that's an area I'm particularly familiar with. There are other parts of Greater Manchester that I'm not as familiar with, so there may be other sites that are not showing in that supply.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So again, thank you for that, but we will have a chance, and I assume you're going to be here to talk about the supply side at a later date, but useful to have your views on that. Okay, we'll... Yes, sorry, I was just, could you put your, when you've finished speaking, you could put your sign so I don't come back to thank you. Eden Planning, please. And again, talking mainly about the principles, and then we'll move on to some of the detail.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think just reflecting on the question as to whether the approach is aligned with national policy, as you've already raised, we would just like to unpack and consider that a little further. in particular both the National Planning Policy Framework, Para 31, which talks about relevant market signals, as well as the planning practice guidance. And there's a number of paragraphs we need to consider, not just paragraph 27, but paragraph 31 as well, in terms of assessing the need and allocating space for logistics, which talks about specifically engagement with logistics developers and occupiers, the analysis of market signals, and potential changes in demand and anticipated growth in sectors likely to occupy for logistics facilities. I think when we look at the Nichols paper 050102, we cannot recognise that any of that has been undertaken in formulating the forecast for need that the plan wholly relies on. And I think as we've started to engage with officers, we can see that's actually quite cursory and seems to have been undertaken in the round rather than specifically informing the approach that has been followed. And I think when we start to unpack that a little further, the thread rather unravels insofar as we have a trend which is essentially based on a 2004 to 20 period. Now, the purpose of the PPG is to bring together and triangulate information about what the market requires and what future economic needs might be. And when we start to consider what market signals actually are, what the recent take-up, not just of land, but of floor space and of occupier space has been, we start to realise that there's been a tremendous change, and I don't think anyone in the room would disagree that there's been a tremendous change in the way that businesses and occupiers use floor space in the last 5 years. We've seen a huge decrease in vacancy in Greater Manchester, and in fact the plan itself, paragraph 6.30, recognises that there's evidence that past industrial warehouse completions have been constrained by a lack of suitable sites. So the plan's recognising a problem with utilising past completions. So we've got a very long past completions date going back to 2004, which doesn't bear a resemblance on the modern requirements of business, a lack of connection with modern business requirements that's made in the forecasts, and a very low vacancy, which again is a signal that current completions are failing to keep up with market needs. In fact, the 17-18 completions were the highest of all time, but suddenly they're falling 18-19, 19-20 in an environment where demand is high. So again, we can fully understand that the completions are insufficiently representing business needs. When we start to bring this all together, it suggests that this completions model is not providing us with an appropriate indicator of what business needs. And simply saying that we've got 5 years flexibility is not an adequate response to the fact that there's so many issues with the approach that's been taken and its inability to reflect the practice guidance and the needs of modern businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Alison Young. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Again, at a reasonably high level, we say policy JPJ4, which has 2 points really, at least 3.3 million square metres, at least, and B, requires a high level of choice and flexibility. Those seem to be the two key parts. We say it is at the bottom end of the range, but we say is nonetheless sound and an appropriate strategy. I'm not at this stage going to disaggregate that down to the local authority level and address issues that pertain to Bury as have been raised. And so if you look at that figure, 2021 to 2037, that 3.33 million square metres is 16 years at 208,000 square metres per annum. And there are essentially 3 steps to that. The first is past completions. And the use of past completions is undoubtedly in accordance with PPG. Implicit within that is the rejection of econometric or economic forecasts. And we say that's undoubtedly correct, and that was the approach taken, I know, recently in the Wakefield plan, Warrington, St Helens. I think there seems to be unanimity that the right approach is to reject those econometric forecasts in place of past completions. And then that gives us a figure when you look over that 2004 to 2020 figure of 152,600 square metres per annum. So 152,000. But what you will then no doubt be aware of is, of course, if one thinks just about logistics, for example, internet sales have changed beyond all recognition from 2004 to date, from single figures to up towards 30%. And so the second step then is a reweighting of 3.8%, which gets us to 158,400 square metres per annum. And that reweighting has taken into account things like the global financial crisis, 2008, 9, 10, and also changes in trends that I've identified. And we say then, as a matter of principle, you can argue about the 3.8%, but as a matter of principle, the reweighting has to be correct. And then the third step then is a demand uplift. And that demand uplift is 31%, and that gets us to 208,000 square metres per annum. And again, we can discuss the 31%, but as a matter of principle, the proposition that there has been suppressed demand in the INL market from 2004 to date, again, respectfully, is unanswerable. So as a matter of principle, a demand uplift has to be correct, and that gets us to 208,000 square metres per annum. Multiplied by 16 years gets us to 3.33. It's worth then just reflecting on this use of the term buffer, because as I understand it, the buffer is if one considers 156,000 square metres per annum over 21 years. So that's the 16 years of the plan period plus an additional 5 years beyond it. And if one then looks at that 156,000 square metre figure, that's only a shade over the past completions, which even the authority accept need reweighting and need to be considered with a demand uplift. So I just think one needs to be a little bit careful when one is suggesting that there is a lot of headroom or a large buffer, especially in circumstances where, of course, we're talking about greenbelt authorities and an absence of safeguarded land and a requirement to plan beyond the plan period. So drawing those threads together, and again, at a high level, we do endorse the plan. We do endorse the basis on which it's been raised. We do say it's an appropriate strategy, but very much with the caveat that we note that there is a requirement for at least 3.3 million square metres. And we say it could have been higher, but we don't say it's unsound without an uplift.
Thank you. And Lichfields, please. On principle.
Good afternoon, thank you. I don't want to repeat what Mr. Canuck was saying. I'd kind of emphasise that Russell LDP agrees with, in the last couple of sentences, that Mr. Canuck was saying in terms of, I think we strongly support the provision of at least 3.33 million square metres. Again, we feel that that is very much at the bottom end of what's probably required. I don't want to go into too much detail about our alternative figure, which we'll perhaps come on to later, but we think there's scope to go above and beyond that. And again, we're not saying that figure is unsound, 3.33 million
and if it's
square
not,
metres.
as you know, if it's not unsound, and I'm not recommending changes to it.
Well, I do have some concerns about the evidence base that's underpinned the council's decision-making process. So there are some issues, for example. I know that buffer that they've been talking about is doing a lot of heavy lifting, for example. So if we look at the nickel economics work, where he explains the reason behind that margin, so 1.20, where they're talking about the need for that 5-year or 4-year buffer, is often described as providing for some flexibility to allow for a potential margin of error, a choice of sites to facilitate competition, some level of vacant floor space, and flexibility to allow for any delays in individual sites coming forward. So, contrary to what we've kind of heard, that's not actually going to correct for any past suppression, that 5-year buffer. You're going to have to look elsewhere for that. So I just wanted to make that point, that buffer is essentially providing that margin of choice, rather than trying to correct the fact that for many years we've had a constraint in the land market and the availability of sites, which is why there might be a bit of an issue in the past take-up rates. So I'm going to leave it there and perhaps come back to some of the more detailed comments I've got about nickel economics figures, if that's all right.
Okay. Thank you. Have you put your sign? You didn't want to? Okay, thanks. Okay, a few points which we may have well come on to anyway, but useful to pick them up now from both those who think it's too high and too low, that you might want to come back on. If you miss anything, I'll try and pick them up.
I don't think there is really. I mean, there was reference made by one of the people who spoke to paragraph 31 of the framework, which advises that one should take into account relevant market signals. And then it was said, well, you know, having read through the papers, it seems to the gentleman who spoke that, you know, our taking into account of these signals was cursory. But I mean, this is all about how does one make these judgment calls. There's no doubt we have taken into account the various things that we are advised to take into account. What we're actually dealing with around the table are disagreements, if you like, about the outcome of taking into account various things. Someone else would have taken into account and come to a different figure, or whatever it might be. So, as has been said by two of the speakers, I mean, in a spread of different ways in which one might have gone about doing these things, we've done it a certain way. We've explained that in great detail. Can that be dubbed to be something which isn't fairly described as an appropriate strategy? Well, no, it can't. I mean, that's what we keep coming back to be honest.
We do,
so many of these things are judgment calls. And, you know, yes, different people have different judgment calls, and they're convinced themselves of their own logic. All very interesting, but nothing to the point, I'm afraid.
Okay. So we can assume that the answer will be much the same, whatever we say. But yes. Obviously, there are people who wish to make those points.
Of course, no, I'm not trying to stop them making
those
points. It's not for me to try to stop them, nor could I, obviously. But I mean, for example, just the gentleman from Lichfield. So, you know, the number in the plan is not being said to be not sound. Sorry about all the double negatives, but that's what we get to. In other words, it is sound, or it's not being said it's not sound. There are lots of points about the methodology and the work that's gone into getting that number. Points might be good points, might be bad points, but if the consequence doesn't lead to an argument that the plan is unsound in some way, what are we supposed to do with this? I mean, it's all very interesting, but it's academic, frankly, and almost literally academic. Academic in several senses of the meaning of that word. Because, as we know, the task is to see whether the plan is sound. If it's not sound, can changes be made to make it sound? But if it isn't being argued that the plan isn't sound, then
well, not everyone's making.
No.
Everyone's making an argument. If it's not justified, obviously, if the way you've achieved it is not justified for whatever reason, then clearly that makes it unsound. So I think, and that's what the point I think is being made by some around the table.
Oh,
some
yes.
are arguing, some are happy.
No, but I was just isolating the particular gentleman from Lichfield who spoke and started by saying, well, we're not arguing that the figure is unsound, but then had various concerns about the methodology which had led up to it, and those concerns might be good or bad concerns. But if one doesn't then say, well, the outcome is unsound, not sound, then where does it take one? That's the point.
Well, that was my point, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, your point, fine. Yes. Okay. I'm adopting your point then.
Yes. Well,
very good point
that's sensible,
as well.
Yeah. Everyone should do that.
Yes.
I'm going to pick up on a few points that were made, which actually I've got questions about anyway, so I think that's useful. One of them was about, and you may end up just saying the same answer, and if that's the case, but I want to air these points.
Well, the record will become unbroken in a moment, so,
yeah.
but
if,
go on.
Someone raised the issue about existing existing vacant floor space, for example, that might be able to accommodate new growth, in which case that might lead to a reduced figure. And I guess the other side of that coin is, in assessing the overall requirement, what regard have you had to the amount of existing floor space or land that might be used for other uses, i.e., so there's, do you need to replenish the stock, as it were? So there's slightly different things, but it's basically what about the existing situation on the ground?
To the requirement.
To the requirement. So should the requirement figure have changed because either A, a lot of employment land is being used for other uses and therefore needs to be replaced, or should the requirement figure have been, is it too high because you've got a lot of vacant floor space in the supply already which could be used?
Right, okay. Well, I'll look to my left to see whether someone can pick up those particular points, the details of the methodology. We're probably going to have to look.
There is
look
stuff
back
in the
into-
Nichols
exactly,
report
we're gonna have
about
to look back to
about
get the
net and gross.
references.
So maybe that's the
Yes,
point.
exactly,
So perhaps your explanation about the net and gross figures.
Yeah, we just have to get the particular passages in the papers to hand, so which I.
But I think it's a valid question. So if you've got,
Sure.
as we've been told, huge amounts of existing employment land that isn't being used or underused or might be used for something else, does that have an effect? Should it have had an effect on the outcome?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, we'll find the references and where this is all dealt with.
Okay.
If we may.
Shall I move on?
I think
Yeah, I'll move on.
Otherwise, I put it on
Okay.
a post-it here as we'll come
Fair
back
enough.
to
So
it.
we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Remind me. Trend-based data, so we're looking at the take-up rate, or however you want to describe it, going back to 2004-05. I think I'm right in saying, we can confirm, there's nothing, and if anyone wants to disagree with me, I'll say so now, but there's nothing in national policy or guidance which says how long any kind of trend-based data should look back.
Exactly.
So, but in looking back to 24-25, again, the point's been made, I think that we've had various economic shocks in that period and changes and shifts, both in the, during the recession, it went down, and now we might be going up again. And it does, again, not wanting to put words in your mouth, but maybe I need to because your answer will be
Go
what
on.
it is that
the
length of time you've selected was designed in order to provide the analysis of peaks and troughs and therefore reflective of how things may go
Absolutely.
forward. Is there anything that?
That's fair because it's a judgment call as to how one's to take a long enough period of time in order to reflect the ups and downs in the economy. Over the planned period, 15 years, one would expect on trends from since the Second World War, one would expect at least 2 recessions. And one would expect there to be good times as well, please God. So, one has to look back to take into account the peaks and troughs. And it's a judgment call as to how long again, someone else might have said, well, take a shorter period of time, you'll still be reflecting the peaks and troughs. The approach we've taken is the approach we've taken.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, there's no good reason to have used a different timescale?
No, but there might well be a good argument put forward by someone to say, well, you should use some different period. But there's a good argument to support what we've done as well. So, So this is why I keep emphasising, I'm sorry, but why I keep emphasising judgment calls that have to be made. Planning judgments, if you want a different term of phrase, but it all comes back to judgment. In other words, there isn't some book that you can go to that says this is the way to do it.
But
and the only
so
way.
again, the question will be: was it a valid judgment and a robust? Yeah. And
well, it's more to me, to be honest, it's more related to the process. If the process can be explained and the process itself is an appropriate way of going about it, then that's the key.
Okay. So I've got points again. Obviously, points have been raised about whether or not the steps usefully reminded me about 3 stages, if you like. So stage 1, we've got the trend, so we've talked a little about that. People might want to come back on that.
Sure.
And the time frame again, although we've heard something about that. Step 2 is the margin.
Yes.
Which I think was designed to address issues of recession, to pick up that suppression. Again, I'm assuming that the 2.2% for office and 3.8% for officers. I've read the Nichols report. Obviously, I know the logic that they've said. Presumably, you have nothing to say other than it was a judgment.
I would say absolutely.
So we'll see if anybody wants to question that judgment.
I mean, none of this is science.
No. Well, planning is an art, not science, isn't it? Although I think it's fair to say the Nichols report did say, at paragraph 1.16, that to some degree every form of weighting is a bit arbitrary. So, so your position
Back
stands.
back to judgment, yes.
It's going to be a very circular discussion, isn't it? But
No. No, that's fine. I mean, you know, because it's not a bad thing to strip away all sorts of noise around the edges and just get to the heart of it, really.
Okay. But also, I think if you're obviously raising the questions, then people can at least come back.
Of course.
So that's step 2. We'll come on to step 2. So step 3 was the uplift, buffer, flexibility now. So however you want to describe it.
I think
I take the point about whether it is there to describe headroom or not.
Sure.
If that's you've included the 31% figure to the basic, if you like, trend plus margin figure for both office and warehousing. I think that's 5 years of take-up rate, effectively, isn't it?
Yeah. I think flexibility allowance is probably not a bad
flexibility allowance. Okay.
Turn of phrase, but you know.
And again, I think the Nichols report considered various scenarios that have been used elsewhere or could be used. I'm sorry, I keep hitting my microphone. Apologies. Stop talking with my hands.
It's a very East European way of doing things, by the way, so you can see me doing quite a bit of it. But.
I don't know. Yeah, so, and the conclusion being there was no consistency about what level of margin should be used or level of uplift should be used, but the argument is to go with a 4 or 5 year margins final balance. Now, you'll be aware of the arguments that suggest that the decision to go with 5 was the wrong decision.
Yes.
It would be useful perhaps to decide what the thought process was in deciding to go for that figure rather than one of the others.
Is that one for you? Yes, I shall shut up now. You're fed up with me, I'm sure, so I'll hand over to my left.
So yes, as the Nichols report explains, they looked at a 4 or a 5 year buffer or flexibility allowance and suggested that either would be appropriate and the decision of which one to use would be a judgment call. Following the advice in that paper, the GMCA decided that given the methodology change to past completions, embedding the most appropriate amount of flexibility would be the most appropriate decision, which is why we went for the 5 year.
Okay. There's nothing more to it than that. It's no more scientific than it was providing you with a maximum figure that you felt you could justify.
That's right.
Okay.
It's not too bad a thing to just bear in mind, the sort of middle course, because as with our discussion earlier on about housing numbers, I mean, one of the things that fascinated me about when I was reading up for this examination was, well, what would happen if you gave this plan to the people sitting in the room to write? I mean, you'd end up with, far higher employment numbers, you'd end up with far lower employment numbers, et cetera, et cetera. Same for housing. So, the middle course is not a bad thing to bear in mind, because for every person who says, there is strongly felt arguments for the figures being lower and there are strongly felt arguments for the figures being higher. And to have a clearly explained methodology that steers some form of middle course is not a bad place to be in.
Okay, thanks. We're going to move on to issues around things such as COVID.
Excuse me, can I just
beg your pardon, sorry.
Please, can I just make a quick comment on the margin?
Well, can I wait until I've gone through my questions and then come back? Because there'll be an opportunity to go through everything. I think I paused prematurely earlier, and we started to get a lot of discussion about issues which I'm now coming on to. So I think I'm learning as I go. So I'll come to you first, and we can pick up that. And what I probably will do is we've talked about trend, I think, a little bit. It might be more. We'll do step 2, if you like, which is the first margin, step 3, the second margin, and then anything else. We'll try and keep it relatively logical. Won't work, but we can try. I'm going to move on to matters of COVID, pandemic, Brexit, all those sort of things which have been discussed, raised in terms of COVID, in terms of both really, but I'll take it one step at a time. In terms of COVID, the Council has determined that there was a high degree of uncertainty about the impact of the pandemic on the economy and therefore insufficient evidence to inform a reasonable alternative growth option. So no changes were made, no uplift reductions or anything like that. It was steady state.
Unsurprising to the point, whenever this sort of debate is had, and the pandemic is referenced for understandable reasons, so yes, fair enough, the point was raised by many people, it was examined, and it was examined again on our behalf, and yes, I mean, the conclusion that was reached was that one couldn't sort of say with any degree of reliability that the effect is X, and so therefore one should generate another different strategy, if you like.
And that report that was done was 2021, at some point in 2021. You may not have had anything formal, but is there anything that the councils have become aware of, or just through other evidence or other general activity that suggests that any change to there would justify change in approach on that? No? Okay.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think we're aware of anything that would lead us to revisit. We revisited it between GMSF 20 and PFE 21 to check if our assumptions pre-GMSF 2020 going to councils for approval had changed. So no, there's nothing to suggest that.
Okay. And then Brexit is the other fairly significant thing which has been raised. Again, I think the same conclusion was come to in terms of uncertainty and so no change. I did note that the Nichols Economic Assessment of Brexit at paragraph 1.53, and it is repeating the economy topic paper, states that longer term effects of Brexit, longer term effects of Brexit have been baked into the forecast used for GMSF and don't need to be specifically taken into account for the new PFE plan. That confuses that, because obviously the economic forecasts for GMSF haven't been used to determine the requirements for the PFE plan. So I wasn't quite sure what the point was about the baking in. Perhaps that's just something to clarify.
I'll just check which. It's 1.53. We'll just check the reference there and see what the context is for that. Because you have our broader point on Brexit as in similar to the pandemic. Let us chase through that.
Okay.
I'll put it on my post-it along with the gross net point you raised earlier on. So yeah.
Okay. And then just again, finally, points already been raised by CPRE in relation to, and I think it was probably in relation to Brexit. I think, yeah, the outcome, or one outcome, about the mismatch between labour supply and jobs. And whether that's feeding through, and whether that is anything again that's happened recently that the GMC are aware of, or the work would suggest a change in approach needed.
So I'm Richard Waggett from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. So in relation to changes to the labour supply because of Brexit, as with many issues in relation to Brexit, they're trying to establish a stable footing of exactly what we should make our assessment based on is very challenging. I don't think we have a robust set of data to adjust our assumptions from the Nicol paper that it's too uncertain to say at this time, as we would replicate for other issues around Brexit in terms of space requirements for businesses and other issues. It's very difficult to say because of continued uncertainty.
Okay. Right. Okay. You've got a couple of things to come back on. They might come back.
Two points in particular. So thank you.
So I'm going to open it up again. I'll start with Save the Greater Manchester Green Belt, as I promised.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a brief point about the margin or the flexibility allowance and this question of whether it's low balling or high balling. There are actually two versions of the report by Nickel Economics. There was the version, there's obviously the version in the PFE that was submitted, but there was also an earlier version in the 2020 GMSF, and it actually provides some extra context for the flexibility allowance that is omitted from the later version. And I'll just read out the key sentence to you. A combined need and supply margin of 50% falls well outside the bounds of what has been generally used elsewhere, up to around 25% or at most 5 years of supply. So that does suggest, by the standard of other plans that have been passed, that 31% is at the high end. So I don't think you can make a case that it's been lowballed or unsound on that basis. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Brian, so you said you're happy with that, but wouldn't want it to go any higher, or you're not happy with?
I certainly wouldn't want it to go any higher. I think if it's based on past completions, that seems to be an accepted methodology. There may be other instances where people may disagree that it should be. I mean, we've heard the case from Bury, so I mean, I don't know how that applies across the different boroughs. It could vary from borough to borough, sorry. So I think, but in terms of the, I mean, I suppose that would equate to the actual the land, the target, the actual land requirement, as opposed to the marginette. Anyway, so if the target came down, the margin would come down as a percentage if it stayed at 31%. But I think as a percentage, I think 31% is it's more or less close to that top end of 25%. So if it stays at that roughly at that percentage, I think that'd be okay.
So you're happy it's in the range?
Yeah, it's in the range.
In the range. Okay, thank you. Okay. Although I know some of these went up first, I think we'll stick with the up and down, I suspect, figures. So we'll do CPRE first.
Yeah, thanks. It was just coming back to comments that were made from the other side of the table. There needs to be consideration of displacement. It is true that there has been a change in reliance on internet shopping, so different types of format, and you will be aware that there's been a number of very large-scale warehouses that have been sought through appeal or calling in Bolton, in Wigan, and in neighbouring geographies of St Helens and Warrington. But there is displacement. There are businesses that are relocating across the geography, and so it's understanding what's happening to traditional floor space and those premises that are being vacated. CPRE has undertaken research to show brownfield land is a replenishing resource. It doesn't diminish, and that needs to be factored in when looking at jobs. And of course, logistics doesn't really provide the level of jobs. It's a very low density type of employment use. And that just needs to be borne in mind when it's looking at the contribution of logistics in terms of jobs across the Greater Manchester area in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. There's an element of supply in that, but in terms of the employment land requirement, then, so is your point?
Well, there's a contribution to employment land requirement that's occurred over the last few months because of the number of jobs that have been promised at these very large warehouses, both within Greater Manchester and on the border. If you looked at the rulings, you'll see exactly how many jobs it's suggested will be provided, and I think that does need to be borne in mind when we're planning for the next 15 years across the Greater Manchester area, because there will be displacement. If the jobs are created on the border in St Helens, people are going to have to come from somewhere, and it's likely some of them will be within the Greater Manchester area.
Okay, Okay, yeah, take the point. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we'll start with this end and we'll go down. So start with Lichfield. Sorry if that's unfair for whoever put the comment first, but it's just how it's going to be. So start with Lichfield and then we'll move away.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully I won't be too long. Just a couple of quick points. The first one is responding some time ago now. I think someone on that side of the table raised the issue that the council potentially underestimated the supply, and there were various sites that could potentially have come forward. I suppose my point would be the existing vacancy rate is extremely low in Greater Manchester. So we did analysis which informed our employment land technical note in October 2021. It's paragraph 3.32 if you do get the chance to have a look at it. But we used CoStar data to look at the amount of vacant floor space, of industrial floor space in Greater Manchester, and the rate is actually 2.3% across the 9 GM authorities. So that's extremely low, which suggests there's an undersupply of industrial space. So to suggest there's a lot of sites and vacant units that could soak up some of this demand, I think is demonstrably untrue. So that's the first point. I think the council potentially going to get back to you on that as well. The second point is about that 5-year margin. And again, I think we'd back up the GMCA on this point in terms of whether it should be 4 or 5 years. I think we'd be very much in favour of the upper level at 5 years of net take-up. There's a number of reasons for that. One of those, the industrial legacy of Greater Manchester. Obviously, you've got a lot of uncertainty about the availability and deliverability of a lot of these sites. A lot of them are quite complex, require extensive clearance and remediation. Therefore, it's right you have a high level of flexibility in the case of Greater Manchester. Secondly, obviously, it's a very large city region. It's got a complex commercial property market, lots of numerous individual and localised markets. I think it's really important that Greater Manchester's portfolio of land provides an adequate range and choice of sites within each of those localised markets to make sure that the area's growth potential isn't constrained, which again justifies the upper end of that margin. And the final point, which I think the council the GMCA have raised as well, is that not all of that supply is going to come forward for 100% B2, B8. A lot of them are going to have a mix of uses, which won't necessarily be industrial and warehousing. So again, that would justify an upper end of that 5-year limit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Harworth Group.
Hi there, Rob Haslam, Harworth Group. I just thought, sort of adding a couple of observations really to the debate. I think probably one of the reasons why a number of people on this side of the table are reluctant to use the unsound word is because supply has been so tight recently, and certainly we're viewing PFE as very much of a release valve, you know, for some of that supply to come forward quickly, which is why, even though we've submitted additional evidence in our submissions, you know, going with a figure that could be higher could certainly be justified, but getting that release valve to bring some of these sites forward, certainly as an operator and a developer of industrial and warehousing units across the northwest, we're looking at sites outside of Greater Manchester that we wouldn't have traditionally looked at, but because supply is so tight, I think in our representations we've identified that certainly for units over 50,000 square feet there's quite often less than half a year's worth of supply left. We've certainly been successful in a recent appeal to justify the release of a Greenbelt site coming forward within Greater Manchester based on supply and need. So, you know, in terms of quantity and quality, these are manufacturing and advanced manufacturing units as well. They're not just logistics space, they are providing a density of jobs. They're helping urban regeneration in freeing up in urban sites. And so, yes, we could debate and we could ask for a minimum floor space, but actually getting some of that supply coming forward is equally important to us.
Okay, thank you very much. And Eden Planning.
I think so. We might both. Oh, sorry, it's Avison first, but then a friend, Mr.
Oh, beg your
Keller.
pardon. I couldn't see it. Sorry, Avison. Then Young.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to address two issues that you were asking the GMCA about. The first is existing features on the ground, including vacancy, and the second is what I'm going to call the look-back period for the purposes of past completions. Dealing with the first of those, so can I just give you a reference to the Savills Market Assessment Report of September 2021, a copy of which was appended to our Reg 19 submissions. And so in terms of existing features on the ground and vacancy, I think the first point to make is that, of course, the plan is premised on the basis of a supply of 1.9 million square metres. That's the PFE at 6.32. So all of the authorities have undertaken their SHLAs and they have identified to the GMCA the level of available floor space. So the requirement of 3.3 million square metres is premised on 1.9 million square metres available supply. That's the first point. I've then got 7 features of the market, sir. Firstly, a quarter of all industrial floor space across Greater Manchester is in units which are less than 5,000 square feet. 2, only 7% of the stock is in units greater than 100,000 square feet. 3, less than 1% of the total stock is in 4 to 5 star accommodation. Fourthly, Savills agree with Lichfield that the overall vacancy rate is in fact at around 2%. That's the lowest in 10 years, when it's agreed in the market that equilibrium would be around 8% or 9%. And so I agree with Mr. Haslam to my left that that demonstrates an incredibly tight market. And the reason it's tight is because we have had no up-to-date plans in areas constrained by Greenbelt. The fifth point is development under the construction has in fact fallen by 5% in the Greater Manchester authorities. Sixth, Manchester is in fact the leading city outside London for foreign direct investment. And we have pointed to, lastly, high demand for big box and last mile logistics, that is, units over 1 million square feet. And so within, if one's asking about market signals and existing features on the ground, the numerical need is underpinned also by a need for large-scale strategic sites which can deliver large footprint I&L buildings. So my second issue then is the look-back period. So we are content with the period of 2004 to 2020 with 3 provisos. Firstly, it wouldn't be appropriate to bed in account of a global financial crisis because no one is predicting that in the next 15 years, and that's why it's right for there to be a reweighting. Secondly, it's appropriate then to take account of the change in internet sales, as I said earlier. But the reason for that, sir, is because internet sales, as opposed to bricks and mortar, require 3 times the level of floor space, because internet sales are characterised by not only immediacy, but a breadth of offer, which means it's not, with the greatest respect to Ms. Copley, quite right to talk about displacement, certainly on anything like a like-for-like basis. And the third point is that within that period 2004 to 2020, no account is taken of issues such as nearshoring or reshoring, which are effects which are taking place post-Brexit and post-COVID, which have highlighted fundamental fragilities in our supply chains. And that's why it's right to take account of those when looking forward. So those are my points. Thank you.
So you're satisfied then that the figures do take account of those last 2 points you've made, bearing in mind that again, you're happy, I take it, that the flexibility allowance, uplift, whatever you want to call it.
I'm here to say that the plan is sound, but I do so on the basis that it is a minimum.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm not going to debate with Mr. Katkowski those matters of judgment. But I certainly would make the point that we are not persuaded that there is any level of fat or buffer or headroom, as may be contended at subsequent sessions, in respect of the need and the provision, if that's tolerably clear.
Okay, thank you.
I think you'd use the word content rather than happy, so that might have been the right word to use in respect to the points that have been made.
Okay. Yes. Semantics, perhaps. But I'm dealing with KCs and barristers and stuff, so that's probably par for the course.
Oh, we love our words.
Indeed. Eden Planning, then.
Yeah, just a couple of points, if I may, sir. My learned friend, Mr. Katkowski, keeps saying, quite rightly, well, these are judgment calls at the end of the day. And of course, they are. But a judgment call has to be informed by a sound evidence base. And there's a problem there because, firstly, if you look at the PPG guidance on what you should do when looking at needs for logistics, it says that there should be engagement with logistics developers and occupiers to understand the changing nature of their requirements in terms of type, size and location of facilities, including the impact of emerging technologies. I haven't seen that has ever been done at any level. The only thing we've been told is there was some engagement with the LEP, who seemed to be fairly content with it. The other thing that we're told should happen is there should be a full analysis of market signals. Now, normally that would involve looking at things like vacancy rate, rental levels, demand, both express and latent, and so on and so on. We've all done plenty of this over the years. We know what that means. Again, I've not seen any evidence at all that there's been any meaningful engagement with those exercises. And so, as I say, it's all very well saying, well, it's all for judgment. Yes, so long as your judgment's made on a proper evidential basis. And in this instance, it isn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manley, thank you. Okay, would you perhaps starting with that point, because it is taking us back to the initial question about principle, I think, but at least
it
close
is,
that
and
point
I've
particularly because somebody else did raise the specific issue about engagement with logistics operators, and give the chance to come back on that.
Indeed, but I just for context, I could look it up, but I'm just wondering what the change is that's being suggested to the plan by my own friend Mr. Manley, in order to make, because obviously you're looking to see whether the plan is sound or not. If it isn't sound, and what change should be made to make it sound. So I assume that underpinning all of that, there's some argument for a higher figure. I don't know.
Yeah, our rep looks to a minimum figure of 4,100,000.
Thank you very much. Good. That's helpful to have that reference. So the point that was made by my learned friend was based on the notion that the evidence base needs to be sound. As you'll know, the test of soundness is to see whether, and here I'm looking at the back end of the definition of justified, whether it's based on proportionate evidence, and we would certainly say that our evidence is proportionate. It's certainly not. It can't be described as failing that requirement, for want of a better word. So our evidence is proportionate. Again, we're advised to take various things into account. We have taken those things into account. Opinions would differ as to whether we should have taken them into account in a different way, whether we should have done more work, more engagement. We have done engagement, as has been explained. So again, is what we've done proportionate, or is our evidence base proportionate in relation to these parts of the plan? Yes, it is. And that's my answer to that point. I did want to just come back on what was said by the gentleman on behalf of Harworth, the Harworth Group, which is the release valve of the plan, and I have to say that note of pragmatism is a very welcome and very sensible approach, if I might say, because sometimes one needs to think, be careful what you wish for in this, because if were we to end up in a situation where we go back and redo loads of work to see whether or not the figure should be higher, and if the figure is to be higher, then should we be going to take more green belt? We're going to be dealing with this for years to come. And the release valve may well never come, to be quite frank, because there is a straw that might break the camel's back. So I think the note of pragmatism, which is work has been done, it's proportionate, it's appropriate, let's get on, is not a bad point to make, to be quite frank. What's this on? Just give me one moment, sorry. There were 2 points left over in relation to the gross net point. So in our paper 050104, if you were you to look at paragraph.
Sorry, 05.
01, 01, 05, I'm going to get my numbers mixed up. 050104. If you look at paragraphs 4.7 and 4.8, you'll see a brief summary of the position in relation to that. You then had your question about paragraph 1.3 in the Nickel report, and I'll pass that one down because I received a post-it which I couldn't make head or tail of, so I'm going to pass it back down to the person who wrote the post-it.
That was me. Okay. At 1.53.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Where we talk about the baked in the previous. What's being referred to there is the fact that with the old forecast approach and the now trends approach, because they were broadly the same, that had been baked in. Actually, if the two had been very different, if the outcome of the forecast versus the looking backwards had resulted in different figures, then we would have had to have done something. But actually, because they were broadly the same, we felt that actually there wasn't anything substantial to say we needed to bake something in for the use of the wording in the report.
Okay, thanks. That makes that clear, at least. Thank you. And Friends of Carrington Moss, I think today, yes?
Yes, got that hat on just now. I just wanted to make one very quick point about if we have all of this employment space, who is funding the sustainable freight and passenger transport that goes with it? Because at the moment, a lot of this is in very isolated locations. And I can talk about New Carrington. We're getting a new road. No trains, no passenger services for employees. So lots of cars on the road, lots of HGVs on the road, but nothing sustainable. So will these great big 1 million square whatever, be actually sustainable locations?
Okay. And again, thanks for highlighting that. I think it's a good point for us to keep bear in mind that when we come back, because obviously that's an issue that will come up in, no doubt, next week, will come up tomorrow, come up next week, we'll talk about Greenbelt, in site allocations and so on. So I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to think about it's useful to you to put that forward. Everybody keeps talking about square feet. I know I look quite old, but it's square metres for me. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'm younger than I look. I'm conscious that most of the discussion's been about the requirement for industrial and warehousing development, and very little about office. This seems to be it's been a trend throughout the entire plan, but is there any? I know obviously a lot of the methodology relates to both, and we've talked about the both. But is there anything anyone wants to say about the office requirement in particular? I think we've basically got warehouse developers or industry and warehouse developers on one side of the room. So, yes, Councillor Harris.
Just a quick observation about this, because obviously office space now is pretty vacant. So, because more and more people are working at home, more and more people are encouraged to work at home. I know this for a fact. So surely some of this allocation for office space can be used up for warehouse space. There's going to be an awful lot of empty offices. So that is just a thought, that our office space is in the decline as far as demand, and that could be utilised for warehousing, which would mean less land has to be allocated from the green belt. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'll make a note of that. There's a question, I can't remember what day it is, but there's this very specific question about the justification for greenbelt release for employment land. So I think that's a good point to come back to. Thank you. sorry. Yeah, sorry, Gillian Boyle, beg your pardon.
I'm here. Yeah, I've got no real issue with the proposed allocation of floor space for office use because most authorities seem to have identified more than sufficient supply. So it's a bit of a, well, potentially it's a bit of a non-issue, but just leading on from the point my colleague Hayes mentioned, some of these office sites could actually be repurposed or redeveloped probably for housing, I suspect, more than warehousing. And that obviously impinges on the whole housing issue.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. We would be normally having a break now, but I think we may well have finished, unless there is... I don't like the idea of anyone leaving the room without having said everything they want to say. Usually that puts a few things up, but I'm obviously not repeating anything that's already been said. If there's a new point that's coming out of the final, if you like, final round of discussion, then let's wrap it up now, before rather than go away for 20 minutes, come back just to say goodbye. So...
Au revoir, even.
Yeah, yeah, quite. We'll do that, but it's obviously obviously new stuff, and then final word to the council.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Friends of Bury Folk.
It's just following on from what was said by CPRE about brownfield not being something that disappears, it's regenerative all the time. So the comment that was made by Jill with regards to now we find ourselves in office space is on the decline, which therefore that in turn could turn into a housing windfall opportunity, a different way around than what we're normally used to, which was large industry closing, turning it into a housing estate. Now, obviously, this is something that's completely changed the world, as everybody in this room knows, that a lot of people have been encouraged to work from home. I can give a personal example where the organisation I work from have turned 30 large centres, have been reduced into 6 key sites. This obviously, there's 24 buildings now completely empty. These are large buildings that are in industrial type areas. So the large office buildings, huge in fact, I'd say it'd be difficult to repurpose them in the current state to housing or apartments, just due to the way these buildings are designed, but certainly they can be demolished and turned into some of the warehousing units that you want, because they're placed in extremely good places for commuters, for logistics and a lot of other reasons. It's just they're no longer required for office or people to go there, so knock it down and reuse it. Now, so as you can see, we're working in a backwards way that we're normally used to. And the plan, as you will have seen from GMCA, they've only applied an extremely nominal windfall allowance. Now, we've got an opportunity here where it's going to come from 2 sides. It'll come from the office space decline, and it will come from additional industry closing down and repurposing things for larger £1 million warehouses. So what I would say is at some point, if I'm able to attend, I will. If not, I won't be able to. But, the allocation, for instance, of an allowance for my districts, like I say, I can't do it for all the districts because that's who I'm representing, is the council have made the calculation that 18 units will come forward per annum. So there will be a windfall for 18 houses per annum. Now, as I've done before, you've got to look at your historical trend data because, as I said, it's a regenerative thing, brownfield. So over the last 20 years, everything seems to be over the last 20 years at the moment, it's added up to 125 dwellings per annum, consistent, every year. A factory's closed, a warehouse has gone, the community changes around. So it doesn't sound a lot, but when you apply it over a 15-year term, or maybe more, so for 15 years, you're looking at 1,875 properties that could come forward on that potential windfall. But like I said, we could probably look to double that windfall allowance now because it's going to come from both directions. So I just thought I'd make that point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. CPRE.
Yeah, thank you. CPRE, in its response to the in October 2021 quoted the YouGov survey of April 2021 that showed 57% of British workers want to be able to work from home after the pandemic. So it is useful that the point has just been mentioned. Another comment was built into the Greater Manchester figures are issues related to growth of Liverpool Port. And I've attended local plan examinations in Warrington and St Helens and elsewhere in Liverpool City region, where it's just making the point that Liverpool Port has expanded speculatively. It's hoping to increase its throughput by 3 times the amount, but currently it doesn't have the mechanism to be able to transport anywhere near that level of containers due to the fact it hasn't got a road built through Rimrose Valley Country Park. And that is going to take more than the life of this plan to probably be on site. So it's just worth pointing out that a number of the assumptions used to identify growth across the northwest, there are certain, just in addition to all the other economic uncertainties, there is reality in terms of elements of growth actually physically being able to happen, just because the physical infrastructure isn't in place.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, anything that's just been raised you want to come back on?
I don't think
final
there is.
general points?
No,
I think
so
to put words in your mouth, I think you'll argue there's lots. We said it originally. I think there's
refer
lots
to
of different
my answers.
factors
Exactly.
that go into this, and it's
yeah. Indeed,
and
I
you've
would
made
simply
judgments.
be repeating myself, to be quite honest, and I'm sure you don't need me to do that again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So no, I refer to my previous answers.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay then, unless there's anything absolutely final, I will draw today's proceedings to a halt, and thank you all for your contributions this afternoon, and no doubt we'll see most or all of you again at some point in the future. So with that, we'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning, and thanks again. Thank you.